attempting, in my own modest way, to get Julian out of the shit.
Whenever authoritarians assume power, free speech is the very first ideal that they will try to curtail.
Good morning, Saturday friends. How are we? Oh, it's so great. You guys are hanging on. You're into it. You're feeling it. This is like the hangover index. You know, you can always tell as FreedomFest progresses, the morning session, you know, there are fewer dots on the scatter graph. But you are the ones who are going to take the most knowledge. You are the ones who are going to find the most solutions. And you are the ones who are going to have the most fun tonight because you have not depleted yourselves. Let's start off with a great panel because this has become one of the most important topics in culture and education, the conundrum about how to pay for college. And it's not just the payment source. The whole thing is messed up. So we're going to have a guy who created a financial services institution that allows people to, without government help, pay down their student debt. And the sage from South Central, I spent years listening to him on local talk radio in LA, and now he is nationally syndicated in all 50 states on over 300 stations. Please welcome that guy, Larry Elder, and from Yrefy, Laine Schoneberger.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Are you worried about investing in the stock market, especially with Joe Biden as your president? Do you really trust this economy? What if you could invest in a secure, collateralized portfolio with a high fixed rate of return that's not correlated to the stock market or the Fed? A portfolio where you will know what each monthly statement will look like with no surprises. Now, your interest is compounded daily, you're paid monthly, and there are no fees. You can turn your income on or off, compound it, or whatever else you choose. And get this, there's absolutely no loss in principal if you ever need your money back. Just go to investyrefy.com. That's invest, the letter Y, REFY.com, or give them a call, 1-888-Y-REFI24. You can earn a fixed rate of return of up to 10.25%. Now just call 888-YREFY24, or just go to their website, and that's invest, the letter Y, REFI.com. And tell them your friend Sean Hannity sent you.
And tell them Dr. G sent you.
Tell them Clay and Buck sent you.
And tell them Jesse Kelly sent you.
And tell them Charlie Kirk sent you.
And tell them Dennis Prager sent you.
And tell them Larry Elder sent you. Before Kennedy exits the stage, a little unfinished business. You participated in the trial yesterday. We put open borders on trial, legal and illegal immigration. I was the prosecutor. And the defendant was found not guilty. 7-5 was the verdict. Turns out one of the jurors admitted that he checked the wrong box. So the trial really was 6-6. I'm still undefeated.
I don't know, man. See, he was given jury instructions, and you have to be responsible for your own choices in life, Larry. You know this. You have to figure out what the choices are, and you have to make it and live with it accordingly. You know that better
of the
than anyone.
2020 election. I'm just saying. Thanks, Kennedy.
Stop the steal, Larry.
I got involved with Yrefy, and at first I said, this is just too good to be true. You can really help these students who have student debt burden, help them able to pay off their loans, and create an investment instrument for other people as well. Because as you know, a couple things you cannot dismiss in bankruptcy: taxes, student loans. And it was explained to me, and I said, this is almost too good to be true. So the more I looked at it, the more I thought it wasn't too good to be true. It is true. And not only am I a spokesperson for Yrefy, I am an investor. And the stories that my next guest will tell you, who's been affiliated with Yrefy from the very beginning, blow you away. It almost moves you to tears that we're able to help these students who claim that they can't get out of student debt and put them in a position where they can pay off the debt, get them in a position where they can get back to their lives. It's quite remarkable, while creating an investment opportunity for people who want to invest with very safe, very high returns. That is why I got involved, and I'm so proud to introduce my friend, Laine Schoneberger.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that. And thank you, everybody, for coming out. As I share this with you, Yrefy, we are in the business of refinancing distressed private student loans. There's a lot more to it. I'm here to talk with you this morning briefly about the investment opportunity, because we are here looking for people who are interested in investing, making a good return. This is capitalism at its finest. This is a group of people that found a need and then filled a need. And through this, under what's called Regulation D 506C, filed with the Securities Exchange Commission, minimum investment of $50,000 to accredited investors. We invite you to come into our portfolio. You may invest through qualified money, non-qualified, so an IRA or individual joint trust, etc. What we offer to you as an investor is 5 different investment options. You can choose the duration of your investment from 1 to 5 years. These are fixed interest rates in a secured, collateralized portfolio. What we do is we compound your interest on a daily basis. We then pay you monthly interest only, kind of like a bond. They are promissory notes, but they're structured very similar to a bond, mechanically speaking. That monthly interest, you have a lot of flexibility. You can turn that on or off, up or down in 1% increments or by dollar amount as often as monthly, so you have complete and total control over your investment. There is a liquidity feature structured very similar to a CD. And then finally, we offer what's called a roll-up. And a roll-up is if you wanted to start in the 1, 2, 3, or 4-year term, at the end of your term, you can then roll up to anything above and finish out that term at the higher interest rate. So you don't have to start at a 5-year note. You can start down at the 1 year and get to know us a little bit, and then move up over the course of your investment. What we invite you to do is come by our booth. We'll give you all the details and answer questions. We're right over here at the end, 500, and we also have some very nice gifts to give out if you stop by. What I want to do is really quickly hit on this. Some of these folks that have endorsed us, you heard them in the beginning. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be able to say that these folks endorse us. They don't take endorsements lightly. They do their homework, they do their due diligence, they want to make certain they're not endorsing something that doesn't work. And some of these folks like Chuck Warren and Sam Stone, the Breaking Battlegrounds radio show, they're going to be in 21 markets here pretty quick. As you know, my friend Larry, Seth Liebson in Phoenix, James T. Harris is over here. He flew in to be a part of us today here in our booth. If you know James T., he's on KFYI in Phoenix, and he's been around for a long time. So we take these relationships very, very seriously and at heart, because they're amazing people. Let's see if I get through this one here, and I'm going to hand this back over. So I'd just like to say thank you very much. I'm going to turn the microphone back over to hopefully Mr. President. I'd like you all to take a moment, listen to what Larry has to say. At the end of the day, I think the first debate's coming up in Milwaukee in August, and we need to get him there. So I'm going to let him talk about that, but if everybody would take a moment, scan that, and President Elder.
Thank you, sir. Laine, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
As Laine pointed out, the first debate is in August in Milwaukee. And in order to get up there, I've got to have donations from 40,000 individuals. The donation can be as small as $1. So please go to my website, larryelder.com or elderforpresident.com, either one works, and donate $1 and get 40,000 of your friends to do that as well so I can get up there. The reason I am running is because I want to put up front and center some issues in addition to the obvious ones that our side, in my opinion, does not talk enough about. The 10,000-pound elephant in the room is the epidemic of fatherlessness. 40% of American kids now enter the world without a father in the home, married to the mother, up from around 8% in 1965. 70% of black kids now enter the world without a father in the home, up from 25% in 1965 when Lyndon Johnson launched a so-called war on poverty. 50% of Hispanic kids do. And the stats are clear. When you are raised without a dad, you are 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. What we've done with the welfare state is we've incentivized women to marry the government. We've incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility. And this is not to attack single moms who are heroically raising their children, but it is to say it is far, far more difficult for all sorts of reasons when you are doing it alone. And don't take my word. Tupac Shakur once said, I know for a fact, quote, that had I had a father, I would have been more disciplined, I would have been more confident, end of quote. I've got some ideas about what we can do about that. All these kids who are being raised without a father, they need mentors. They need a male figure in their life. I'm a baby boomer. My generation is retiring or has retired or will soon retire, and many of us are vigorous, as you can see. They've raised their children. They've nurtured their grandchildren. They need to get involved. I liken it to AA, as when an alcoholic who's recovering has a sponsor. Every one of these kids should have sponsors. And in my bully pulpit as president, I'm going to be encouraging men to do just that. There are all sorts of programs, local programs, religious programs, where this kind of work is being done, and I'm going to encourage them all to get involved. Also, we're spending a lot of tax dollars at the federal level for welfare programs that are creating dependency. We should be able to direct those funds on our own tax return for organizations, churches, nonprofits in our own neighborhoods where you know people are doing this kind of work and where this kind of work is effective. Thank you. The other issue I want to bring to the table is the absolute catastrophe of urban government school education in America. Just to choose one city, Baltimore. Do you know there are 13 public high schools in Baltimore where 0% of the kids can do math at grade level? I kid you not. Another half a dozen, only 1% can. That's 50% of all the government high schools in the city of Baltimore, all of which are located in the inner city, where either 0% or only 1% of the kids can do math at grade level. Chicago, 53 government schools, 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Nationwide, according to the National Report Card, 85% of black 8th graders, these are 13-year-old kids, can neither read nor do math at grade level. Half can't do basic reading, which means a substantial percentage of 8th graders in America who are black are functionally illiterate. How in the world is this acceptable? Yet the Democrats, in bed with the teachers union, adamantly oppose school choice. Never mind that studies have shown test scores improve, graduation rates improve. This is an absolute disaster, and more needs to be done about it. Finally, we need to address this lie, absolute lie, that pits Americans against Americans, that America remains systemically racist. It's a lie that's not only driving things like, thank you. It's a lie that's not only driving things like critical race theory and the debate on reparations and race-based preferences and diversity, equity, inclusion. It's also getting people killed. How? It's called the Ferguson effect or the George Floyd effect. Those of you in law enforcement know what I'm talking about. It's a phenomenon of cops pulling back from their normal proactive policing in the last several years that has resulted in thousands of people being violently attacked or killed who otherwise would not have suffered if the police had been doing their normal proactive policing. Democrat Mayor Rahm Emanuel of Chicago, after a high-profile shooting of a black person, said the police had, quote, gone fetal, close quote, meaning they weren't doing their normal jobs, and as a result, crime was up, and the excess victims and excess deaths primarily are the very black and brown people that people on the left purport to care about. We had 4 months worth of protests, some violent in the streets, beginning in May of 2020. 35 people killed, 2,000 police officers wounded, $2 billion of property damage because of the death of George Floyd. However you feel about the behavior of Derek Chauvin, the lead prosecutor, who was black, took pains in his opening statement to say the police in general were not on trial. The Minneapolis PD was not on trial. This individual named Derek Chauvin is on trial for what he did and what he didn't do. And Derek Chauvin was never charged with a hate crime. And the prosecutor never even implied that Chauvin was motivated because of George Floyd's race. Yet 4 months worth of protests in the streets because of an assumption that what happened to George Floyd had to do with his race. Now, I don't know about the ideology of the people who were protesting, especially those who were violently protesting, but I suspect if you ask them to describe their ideology, they would say that they were very liberal. I mention that because there's a website called policemag.com in which people who self-described as very liberal were asked the following question. How many unarmed black men did the police kill in 2019? 50% of the self-described very liberal people thought the police killed 1,000. 8% thought they killed 10,000. Of the just regular liberals self-described, 39% of them thought the police killed 1,000 unarmed black men in 2019. 5% thought they killed 10,000. The answer, according to the Washington Post database, 12. That is the gap between what people think is going on and what is really going on, all driven by this narrative pushed by people like Joe Biden, who recently at a commencement exercise at Howard University said the number one threat to the homeland was white supremacy. Are you kidding me? The Anti-Defamation League keeps track of how many people are killed by extremists, no matter the color of the extremists. Last year, 25. In 2020, over 10,000 blacks were killed. And believe me, they were not killed by white extremists. The lie is getting people killed. That's my cue to get out of here. elderforpresident.com, 40,000 individual donors. And I've got a book called As Goes California, My Mission to Rescue the Golden State and Save the Nation. My goals are modest. You can go to Amazon.com or Barnes & Noble. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
You haven't even given your keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a wonderful panel. I think I'll sit in the middle here. Thank you all for coming. I am holding, well, let's have our Lisa Kennedy coming out. Kennedy, what do you say? Lisa
I say hello.
Kennedy.
Bienvenidos, Freedom Fest.
And I actually know her real last name.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah.
Any of you know it?
That's
wow,
right.
Montgomery, yes,
You
exactly.
get to give me $25.
And let's invite out our other panelists, Steve Forbes. Steve Forbes there. Spike Cohen. Larry Sharpe. Here we go.
There they are.
Come on out. And of course, I also invited Adam Smith to join us.
Yes.
Happy birthday to our favorite
Have a
Scotsman.
seat, folks. Welcome. So we have what brings this group together. Oh, really, look at this. Look at this. They are so fast. So we'll have a little setup for Mr. Adam Smith and his book, The Wealth of Nations. We're doing that because it's the 300th anniversary of Adam Smith's birth. So let's give a nice applause to Mr. Smith. Thank you for him coming.
And he still votes Democrat in New York every year.
I'm sure several vote early, right? Or that's Chicago.
Yes, right, yes.
Early and frequently. So what I'd like to do, what we have put together here is a panel of ambassadors to Freedom Fest. These four individuals, plus John Mackey, who's also the former CEO of Whole Foods Market. He retired last year. He's also an ambassador to Freedom Fest. There's really five of us, but four of us are here. And we decided to expand our ambassadorship of Freedom Fest, and I think we have a pretty good eclectic group. It's really pretty good. We just we just need a Latino, and then we will be fully diversified. Right, Kennedy?
Well, I know John Leguizamo, so I think I'm pretty close. And maybe the next Freedom Fest ambassador is sitting among us right now, Mark.
Well, that's true. Yes. That's true. Maybe the next president of the United States. Who knows?
Maybe.
I would like to, first of all, I'm going to show a video, by the way, shortly. We're going to show a video of our theme for next year, which I'd like to discuss. But I'd like to just quickly go through your latest project, what you are doing right now, just a way of kind of introducing yourselves, because there has been some change among our ambassadors. So, Larry Sharpe, what are you doing right now? Give us a short summary of what you're doing.
Absolutely. Some of you may know I ran for governor last year in New York State. And boy, is it tough to run as a libertarian or as a third party in many states now. And the laws and rules are devastating us. They're beating everybody up. So I am going out of my way next year to get ballot access for the Libertarian Party in New York State so that we can have, yes, you should clap for that. Yes, you should. So people say, Larry, why aren't you running for something? And I said, I just did. Why do you want to punish me again? Instead, I'm going to focus my time on getting ballot access in New York State so that we can have an actual third party that has 50 state ballot access next year and actually put pressure on the two major parties too and be able to move our country back towards liberty. And you say, Larry, why are you doing it in New York? Because if we can do it in New York, we can do it anywhere. Anywhere. That's why.
All right. Spike, what about you? What are you doing these days?
Well, what I'm doing is I'm working on two problems that we have in the liberty movement. Number one, there are people that are suffering under the status quo right now, every single day, that are being harmed. And number two, a lot of people might think our ideas sound good, but they're never going to join us unless they can see that it actually works in practice. And so I started an organization called You Are the Power that addresses both of those. We find people that are being abused by their local governments. We help them and their local communities to organize for justice for them. And we grow a movement of people fighting for freedom, starting in their communities and going out across the country. And if you want to join us, we'd love to have you join us. The website is youarethepower.net.
Wow, fantastic, Spike. That's excellent. So, Kennedy, what are you doing? Are you still with Fox News?
I'm still with Fox News, yes. I have a 5-day-a-week podcast, which is one of the very top podcasts at Fox News. You can go to Fox News Radio, Spotify, Apple, wherever you get you podcasts, called Kennedy Saves the World. I am single-handedly saving Fox News, so thank you very much for that. And then you're like, oh, how do you do it? I'm like, I'm everywhere. I'm like nitrogen. You don't even know I'm there, and I'm with you. And I'm also very interested in media training because I have been a broadcaster for over 30 years now. So one of the greatest joys I have at work is working with people who have just gotten to Fox and helping them with mechanics because, you know, in our society, we get so obsessed with like building our brand and what do people think of me, and instead of like, what can I do better? And, you know, mechanics aren't just for broadcasters, it's for everyone, and really going back to the basics and working on your presentation and the nuts and bolts. And so I like working with younger people and teaching them how to read teleprompter and form questions and all that.
Wow. So are we young people for you? I don't know.
Yeah, I would work with anyone. I work with all sorts of people in the building.
Young people of any age.
All right.
That's right.
Okay. So, Mr. Forbes, tell us about your podcast program or whatever in your new education program. There's several things you're doing.
Well, that's right. It's called Achievement. Comes through the isit.org, part of the Free to Choose Foundation. And what it's aimed at is young people, kids, and teachers, educators, as well as the rest of us. What it is 3-minute biographies of people who made the world that we live in today. And so we have people like, we're here in Memphis, Tennessee. We have a 3-minute one coming up on Paul and on the good Lord.
Is it the one on Fred?
Well, Fred Smith is obviously one.
Yeah.
And but we have Annie Malone, who created the first African-American millionaire in this country. She born of slaves and created an empire of cosmetics. At the height, even weren't to vote. She had 75,000 agents around this country and the world. So the free market lesson there is that she not only did well for herself, for the 75,000 agents, but also people who got hair products that actually worked. We have Clarence Saunders, I mentioned earlier, here in Memphis, Tennessee. He invented the modern supermarket. When you bought something 120 years ago, you went to a store, the clerk, all the products were behind the counter. All the groceries were behind the counter. The clerk had to write down what you wanted, The clerk then ambled over and got the products. You might negotiate on the price. Very laborious project. What he did is he invented the modern supermarket. He invented a store where he had a turnstile. You'd go in, all the items were on the shelf, marked, the prices were on the shelf, and you picked what you wanted and put it in the basket, go to the cashier, and go out. It was called Piggly Wiggly.
Yes.
He wanted a name that no one would forget. And the free market lesson there is not only convenience, not only transparency, but also trust.
Yes.
He trusted that you would take something off the shelf, put it in the basket, and pay when you left the store. Like with a restaurant, the restaurateurs assume that you'll pay even though you've eaten the meal.
Right.
And so these stories, like Annie Malone, Clarence Saunders, and others, 3-minute video. You can find it on izzit.org/Forbes, izzit.org/Forbes. And what we're finding is kids love this. They learn free markets not by preaching, saying free markets are great, but by the example of stories, parables, lessons from people doing real things, overcoming real obstacles in the real world. So we hope you take a look at it, but that's one of the projects I'm doing. I still have a day job at Forbes.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Steve, for that update.
I wonder who invented organized theft. Because I don't like that one. Because now they put everything behind plexiglass.
Well, that shows how far we've regressed from Clarence Saunders' faith and trust.
Right.
When you don't enforce the law, guess what happens?
So my latest project is to work with my son Tim on he's a movie maker out in Utah. We have a 3-minute video about next year's theme, which I think you'll find rather provocative. So if we can roll that, it's another 3-minute video.
With prices skyrocketing on just about every consumer good, from groceries to gas, Americans are desperate for relief.
It was unprovoked, but this is what Russian President Vladimir Putin unleashed on Ukraine as the sun came up this morning.
Heightened tensions across the Taiwan Strait. Beijing says the drills simulated precision attacks against targets on the island.
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams.
There's so many of these catastrophic predictions in climate conversation. And, it'll be you and a few others who pull it out 10 years later and say, what happened to that?
OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is one of 350 industry leaders to issue an even more dire warning, saying that if AI is left unchecked, it poses a, quote, risk of extinction.
I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
She is the first transgender athlete to be crowned NCAA champion, but not without controversy, because critics say she has an unfair physical advantage over the other swimmers.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition?
No. Yeah.
I can't.
Tent after tent, open drug dealing, drug use, and a whole host of other safety issues.
There's a man throwing knives in front of our door.
Some breaking news off the top. Hundreds of teens flooding into downtown Chicago tonight, smashing car windows, trying to get into Millennium Park, prompting a major police response.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
Today, former President Donald Trump arriving in New York to face criminal charges after a Manhattan grand jury indicted him.
So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
We're better than this. Where's our humanity? Where's our decency?
Common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue.
You know, what I'm trying to do in this race is bring people together, is to try to bridge the divide between Americans.
Yeah. Well, my son put this together, and initially we thought, well, there's a lot of bad news in there. But at the same time, after hearing what you are all doing to make a difference, that's what this is all about. Yes, we are entering a new brave new world, which is Aldous Huxley's 1932 novel, which I think is a more interesting topic than 1984, which ends very depressing with, you know, the I love Big Brother kind of thing. There's no way out. But with technology can be positive or it can be negative. And it's not in the stars, it's in ourselves to make a difference. And so our Freedom Fest theme, are we entering a new brave new world? We can be the ones to determine what that new brave new world is. And so that's why we put a question mark to it. So, by the way, each one of you have on your sheet, if you can pick this up, we have this special offer for today only at Freedom Fest, $327, I think is the price, to sign up for next year. You will not see this offer after this. It's going to go up to $397. So as many of you as possible to join us next year would be great. So I guess the question I want to ask our panel, and we only have 5 minutes, so a few minutes for each one of you. What do you envision as our brave new world for us from your perspective? Larry?
Yeah, the answer without question is exactly that, is hope. Right? When things are bad, people think, how bad does it have to get before we make change? Yeah. Terrible. We don't change because it's bad. People stay in terrible situations forever. It's called learned helplessness. We just never get out. The one thing you need is hope. So things must be bad, plus there must be hope. I'll give you a bad example of this, which is Russia. 300 years as serfs, hardly any real rebellions. People stayed basically slaves 300 years. And all of a sudden Lenin says, I've got this new idea. It's called communism. We get to kill the rich people. And they were like, okay, that sounds good. What about food? Well, we get to kill the rich people. What can we eat? Dead rich people is what I'm going to tell you. We can kill them. That we can do. The eating part I'm not so sure about. But man, can we kill rich people? And they said, well, there's some hope. And they jumped on board. I think we have to realize many of the answers that the left will give us does provide hope. And people jump on it. When people are desperate and there's no ideas, they will take any hand that tries to pull them up, even if it's one that's not going to help them in the long run. I think if we create the right hope, the idea that freedom is that hope, and we put up enough people, enough ideas, and enough events that will show people that there is hope, they will then say, okay, things are bad, but there is hope, and there's long-term hope, and they won't go to Lenin, which is one place they will go if we don't show them something else. They'll instead come to us. That's what I see.
Okay, and so we have 1 minute for each one of us left. So
sorry. And going off of what Larry said, it has to be us. I want to be very clear about something. No one is coming to save us. We were the ones who warned that government either creates crises or makes them worse and then uses them as an excuse to run roughshod over our lives and then make things even worse from there. And what did we see with COVID, which may have very well been leaked in the lab? But even if it wasn't, they used it as an opportunity to push an idea that made no sense at all, to have us, not be allowed to operate our businesses, go outside, go visit our loved ones, go to our houses of worship, and it led to economic devastation that allowed them to pass trillions of dollars in debt spending, and we're now suffering under the inflation from that. We warned it would happen. We were the only ones that resisted against it, and now we're the only ones that can stop this brave new world or whatever is coming forward. But not just to stop it, but to propose something far better. Yes. Freedom. liberty. That's what we're here for. And when we get together next year at the Mirage, we're going to determine how we can move forward for a freer society that is more harmonious and more prosperous than what anyone else is proposing.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Exactly, in exactly 1 minute. You did a great job of summarizing.
You said 1 minute. I just,
I'm not gonna take a lot of time because I think everyone on this panel is incredibly brilliant and I am inspired by them and I'm not scared of technology. I don't think that we're gonna sleep in hyperbaric chambers with sex robots and flying toasters.
No, we're not.
And we can, but I also think it creates a nice contrast where it's so wonderful to rediscover nature and to do tactile things and to dive in the ocean and to get dirty. And also, you know, if you're a person of faith, like rediscover God. I know that may sound trite, but you know, there is something greater than ourselves, even though we are avowed individualists. And those two things, certainly outside of government, make my life better. And I'm not one to preach, so do what you do, but get a little dirty.
Thank you. Wow. Get dirty.
Get dirty.
That's Mike Rowe's theme. Steve, you got the last word.
Well, getting dirty, you get immunities, which a lot of kids.
Yeah, that's true. Not wrong.
And so for a brave new world, we've already had the brave new world. It was called the Declaration of Independence. Now we have to rediscover that brave new world, not the dystopian one they're trying to foist on us today.
Wow.
Yes.
That's perfect way to end it. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of great sessions. Now, you know, at 10:30, they're going to do a search where I guess we go through.
It's going to be a different security protocol for RFK juniors. So at 10:30, we're all going to go and take a field trip, and then we're going to re-enter through magnetometers.
Okay. Thanks again, Larry Sharpe, Spike Cohen, Lisa Kennedy, and Steve Forbes, our ambassadors to Freedom Fest, who will all be here next year, we hope, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
On time. All right.
And folks, as we know, one of the most crucial things facing our future and what that new world that we're going into is going to look like is education. How are our children being taught? How are their children going to be taught? And most importantly, how do we wrench back our children from the hands of government with educational choice and educational freedom? Well, our next speaker is an expert on that. He is, I would dare say, the second most effective activist for educational freedom in this country. The number one, of course, is Randi Weingarten, the head of the teachers union. But this guy is a solid second right behind her. I actually think that that Randi Weingarten is him dressed up as Randi Weingarten, because no one could possibly be that bad. But this gentleman is the senior fellow at the American Federation for Children and an absolute warrior for educational freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the school choice evangelist, Dr. Corey DeAngelis. And I just realized that rhymed.
When I think back on all the crap I learned in high school, it's a wonder.
How's everybody doing? Hey, I want to give it up for Spike for the kind introduction. Thanks so much, Spike. But I got to tell you, you called me doctor. That's a problem because I'm not a real doctor. I'm more like a Jill Biden doctor. I got a PhD in education policy, so I can help you with math or something. But if you have real problems, don't come to me asking for help. But Spike is correct that Randi Weingarten is to be thanked. I'd really like to give her a shout out and the teachers union allies for inadvertently doing more to advance the concept of school choice, homeschooling, and education freedom than anyone could have ever imagined. I mean, look, I woke up like a few months ago. I was on Twitter like I usually am. That's my wake up. I don't need coffee anymore. I just log on to Twitter. And I looked at something that I thought was a Babylon Bee headline. It actually wasn't. And I wasn't dreaming either. It was a tweet from Randi Weingarten, the head of the AFT. And she said something along the lines of, look, I'm going to Ukraine, to the front lines to assess the situation. What the hell is she going to do in Ukraine? Make the war go remote like she did with our schools? I mean, that might have actually helped. But look, every time the Nation's Report Card scores came out, she's been fleeing to Ukraine. She can't even get the school system figured out here. Now she's going to go to Ukraine and mess up their school system too. Look, haven't the Ukrainian children suffered enough? I mean, come on. She went in front of Congress and basically lied about her role in keeping schools closed as long as they could possibly do, because they were holding children's education hostage to secure multiple multi-billion-dollar ransom payments from taxpayers. And it worked for them. They received about $190 billion in so-called COVID relief since March of 2020. And they didn't even spend most of that money yet. You also had Randi Weingarten on Twitter, and thank God for Elon Musk for buying Twitter and slapping on something called community notes. One of the new hot things in the Twitter world is something called community notes, where you can have the public fact-check all the leftist activists like Randi Weingarten on Twitter. One of the things she was trying to do after her congressional testimony, where she was gaslighting the American public, was she was saying, look, Republicans are saying that I was trying to keep schools closed. That's not actually true. Parents are stupid. They don't know what they saw before their eyes. I was actually fighting to keep schools open since April of 2020. The hell are you talking about? Why weren't you open then if you were fighting so hard? You have a lot of money. The private schools were open. The Catholic schools were open. Why was your union lobbying the CDC to make it more difficult to reopen schools in person? Why were you threatening safety strikes in 2020? Why were you calling the president's plan to open schools reckless, callous, and cruel? Why were your local affiliates like Chicago, anybody from Chicago in here? Sorry. But why were your local affiliates, they were striking into 2022. 2 weeks to slow the spread turned into 2 years to flatten a generation of kids. But they were on Twitter too, the CTU, and they had actually deleted a tweet. Here it is. The push to reopen schools, wait for it, is rooted in racism, sexism, and misogyny. They threw everything at the wall to see what would stick. In Los Angeles, you had them calling in their plan to reopen schools safely, Medicare for all, a wealth tax. What else do we want? What have we always been asked about? Police-free schools. We need all these things and a bunch of money in order to reopen. What the hell did that have to do with reopening the schools? Nothing. Again, the kids' education was held hostage. You had the CTU also doing an interpretive dance video to protest reopening schools. They need some new dance teachers. It's not going to be me. I'm not going to show you what they were doing, but it's an embarrassing video. Fox News wrote about it, and it was hilarious. It just really goes to show you that they were doing everything that they possibly could not to go back to work in person. But I don't blame the employees. I blame the system itself. There was no bottom-up accountability through school choice. Families couldn't vote with their feet. They had to continue paying for that closed building while paying out of pocket for private school or having to cover the opportunity cost of homeschooling. Even then, homeschooling has doubled relative to pre-pandemic levels, according to the Census Bureau. So there is some good news, and that's why I thank people like Randi Weingarten for overplaying their hand and awakening a sleeping giant. Parents who want more of a say in their kids' education. The one silver lining of the lockdowns is that we've had 9 states now in just 2 years go all in on school choice. Every single family, it's pretty good. If there's anything you clap for, that's the thing you should clap for. There's your cue. But 9 states, almost 1 in 5 states, 20% of states have passed Milton Friedman's vision of universal school choice. What does that mean? Every single family, not picking winners and losers, because for a long time we've taken an incremental approach where it's been, you're this income category, you have this type of special need, you live in this area, you're assigned to this failing government school, so you get a voucher. It's everybody. There's no picking winners and losers, and Arizona and West Virginia were the first states to do so. The latest was Ohio, 9 states now. And what this actually means in practice is the money that would have followed you to the government school, and according to the Census Bureau 2021 data, it's probably a lot higher now, we spend about $17,500 per student per year in the government schools. Private school tuition is only about $12,000 per year. The heck's all the money going? I mean, since 1970, we've increased per student education expenditures by about 152% after adjusting for inflation. Teacher salaries have only gone up by about 8%. So the teachers' unions create horrible policies for families and their kids, but also for the teachers too. But the money that would have followed you to that government school, you can still take it there. If you like your public school, you can keep your public school. For real this time, unlike your doctor. But you could really do that. But if not, you could take it to a private school, charter school, or a home-based education option, including micro schools. So that's a huge deal, and it's something that's overlooked by a lot of the public. It's mostly red states doing so right now because the Democratic Party is owned by the teachers' unions. Randy Weingarten's union, over 99.9% of her campaign contributions went to Democrats in 2022. And it's been that way for several decades now, according to the Open Secrets website. But it's also become a political winner, and I think that's why we're seeing victories when it comes to school choice. Anybody from Virginia? Yep, they closed their schools longer than just about any other state. And in a state that went 10 points to Biden just the year before, apparently, Glenn Youngkin, the Republican, won on the issue of education by 6 points with education voters. That was the number 2 issue in the election. Why? Because Terry McAuliffe, his Democrat opponent, who was basically an incumbent who was the governor of Virginia before, he said, I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that works out for him. It didn't work out for him. And you fast forward, the polls flipped almost immediately. Glenn Youngkin turned that into a negative campaign ad. And Mr. McAuliffe, for all of his genius political strategy, he kept quadrupling down on the anti-parent rhetoric. And he didn't just try to defend himself. He went all in with the unions and had Randy Weingarten stumping for him the night before the election. That should have been counted as an in-kind campaign contribution to Glenn Youngkin. And you look at the midterms, everybody paying attention on election night and midterms. There wasn't a red wave. There wasn't a blue wave. Maybe that's good for libertarians. But there was a school choice wave. 76% of the candidates supported by my organization, the American Federation for Children, and our state affiliates won their elections in 2022. Pretty good. Yeah, clap for that one, too. We didn't just play in the easy ones. You know, if you play in the easy races, you can just get 100% victory rate and say, look, we win all of our races. No, we targeted 69 incumbents in state legislatures, the hardest thing to do in politics, and took out 40 of them. Whoo! The message became clear. Support parental rights in education or lose your job, because most people in the public are not communists who think that the children belong to the government schools and the money meant for educating them does not belong to the government either. It's meant for educating children, not for propping up and protecting a particular institution, whether that's public or private. And you don't have to take my word for it. Of course, I'm going to say, oh, look, AFC did a good job. You can just look at the liberal tears in the New Yorker magazine, where the liberal author lamented, not a classical liberal, it was a modern liberal. They said that, here is the actual quote, education freedom candidates fared depressingly well in the midterms. Good. You know, hey, go cry harder, because although these socialists are going to be upset about this news because they want to control the minds of other people's children, this is great news for parents who want more of a say in their own kids' education. So we've had a lot of victories. A lot of it has to do with the political dynamics shifting. And the way that I can explain it to get more success going forward is a quote from the great Milton Friedman himself. And by the way, he would be super happy to see all of his ideas coming to fruition right now at least on the front of education freedom. But he said, famously, I'm not going to get it exactly right, but it's pretty close. He had a lot of good quotes. One of them is that the way that you change things is not by getting the right people into office. That can help, obviously, if they support your policy and getting it done. But the way that you truly change things is by creating a climate of public opinion where it becomes politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right thing. And I think we're entering that era when it comes to education freedom. And I think the way forward is something I call non-partisanship through hyper-partisanship. School choice has been a non-political or non-partisan issue for a long time. You look at the latest polling that just came out from Real Clear Opinion Research. 71% of Americans support school choice, with supermajority support among Republicans, Democrats, and independents. It just so happens that the Democratic Party is bought and paid for by people like Randi Weingarten and her union allies. And the largest union in the country is the NEA, the National Education Association. Anybody from Georgia or North Carolina? We just had a couple of Democrat lawmakers switch parties on the issue of education freedom. One from Georgia most recently, and one from North Carolina. And in North Carolina, they might go universal on school choice as well, despite having a hypocrite Democrat governor, Roy Cooper, sent his own kids to private school, but then fights against educational opportunity for everybody else. He even called a state of emergency over school choice. You'd think they'd call a state of emergency over their failing government school system, but no. It's, oh, parents might have a choice. This might harm my campaign donors. But they now, the Republicans at least, have enough votes in each chamber to override that hypocrite's expected veto of school choice. And they've all signed on to the bill to advance education freedom. But the more that the GOP leans into parental rights and libertarians as a political winner, the more that the Democratic Party will have these defections. It becomes more politically disastrous for them to oppose it, like we saw with Terry McAuliffe. And look, this is an issue to be excited about. This is something to celebrate. And I want to thank you guys so much for coming out to FreedomFest and for FreedomFest having me out here. School choice is a political winner. It's the right thing to do. And we're going to continue winning and freeing families from the depraved clutches of the teachers' unions once and for all. And there's not a damn thing Randi Weingarten can do about it. Thank you.
When I think back on all the crap I learned in high school, it's a wonder I can think at all.
You guys ready for the Freedom Fest Political Roundtable? Oh, we have such a good one today. Oh, there are more of you here. How are you? Do you want me to speak quietly because of all the music and moonshine? I won't tell your secret. Your liver will. All right, let's have the Freedom Fest Political Roundtable out, and I know it's going to be a great panel because when you combine freedom with phenomenal facial hair, magic happens. The inimitable Matt Kibbe is here, president of Free the People, co-founder of Fight the Power Productions, and he is joined by Ohio Congressman Warren Davidson. Again, we're going to hear from the state from South Central, Larry Elder, who is also running for president of the United States, and phenomenal entrepreneur and ultimate friend finder, Lars Mapstead. So let's hear it for the Freedom Fest Political Roundtable.
How's everybody doing?
You're there.
Over there. So, one of the reasons I love Freedom Fest so much is that when we were still allowed by the government to gather, we gathered every year in the last 3 years. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been so frustrated and angry about the system and the elites and the us versus them that kept us locked down, told us whether or not we could leave our house, told us what we could do to our own bodies. The list goes on, but I think that there is a counter-revolution brewing. I think people are starting to realize that the system is rigged against us, that there are insiders that have gamed everything against the American people. And this is an opportunity for all of the sort of freedom issues that we all love to talk about so much. And an example, maybe you guys saw this on TV. A little bag of cocaine showed up at the White House the other day. Does anyone notice this? And the Secret Service just couldn't figure out where that came from. The White House, I'm told, and I've actually been in this room before, I'm told that it's a secure place, right? But they couldn't figure out who had done it. And it happens to be a White House that is presided by the guy that pretty much single-handedly wrote the war on drugs. So it's possible, just possible, that if you're a poor bastard in a poor neighborhood that is caught with that little baggie of cocaine in your house, they're going to throw your ass in jail. But if you're in the White House and you have political privilege, there's a different set of rules. This seems like a metaphor for everything we're going to talk about today. Lars, you're running for president on the Libertarian ticket, and I feel like libertarians are the poster child for fighting against rigged systems and being excluded from this fight for liberty.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, in really running for president as a libertarian, I started learning a lot of things, that the system is rigged against independents and third parties with ballot access, gerrymandering, and even the media is kind of rigged against us, and as well as the whole financial system is kind of rigged against us.
Yeah. The ultimate tool of control, I suspect, is manipulation of the money supply. And we have the chairman of the House Sound Money Caucus here, Congressman Davidson. How do they control us through manipulating currency?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the interesting sites that people could go to is called WTFHappenedIn1971.com. On August 15th, 1971, the United States backed away from the gold standard. And I don't think the gold was the magic. It was the principle that scarcity was there, that it was actually backed by something, and there was some sort of constraint. And if you go to, George H.W. Bush, Bush the First, some might say, he said, "Read my lips, no new taxes." And at least he felt morally responsible for raising taxes and breaking his pledge, so that he at least backed his spending with, taxation. So that was some sort of constraint. But by the time George W. Bush was president, Dick Cheney said Reagan-proved deficits don't matter. So they cut taxes and fought the war on terror and launched a new social safety net program, and they were only constrained by what people would lend us. Then the 08-09 financial crisis blows up, and we get the phrase quantitative easing, which is just a fancy way to say print money or debase the currency. No anchor whatsoever. And since then, you look at how bad inflation has happened. It's because you've inflated the money supply. And now you've coined a fancy word, modern monetary theory, for it, which is just a different way of saying debase the currency, which in all of history has been done many times. In all of history, it's always failed. The math doesn't work. The facts aren't there. So it is going to fail. The bad news is that the crash night is approaching. And as we keep adding fuel to the fire, it's approaching faster. And that's also the good news, because if we do the work and come together to have sound money, if we fix the money, we really can do a lot to fix the world.
So, Larry, you are also running for president. And
Just raise your hand if you're not running for president.
Okay. I both respect and feel sad for people that run for president, because it's got to be a thankless job. Because one of your jobs, once you become president, will be to solve this fiscal train wreck,
right,
particularly exacerbated by the last 3 years of trillions and trillions of dollars of spending that we don't have. And we've monetized it, as Congressman Davidson has said. What are you going to do? How do you fix that?
Well, I agree with everybody up here about the problem. By the way, the reason they haven't been able to determine who brought in the coke, Matt, is because they're waiting for trying to figure out a way to blame it on Trump. I believe O.J. Simpson will find the killer or killers of Ron and Nicole before we get to the bottom of who brought in that coke. I think in the last 100 years, there's only been one president who entered the Oval Office and actually reduced the size of government by the time he left, and that was Calvin Coolidge. Government's gotten bigger under both parties. It got bigger under Ronald Reagan. He came in to shut down the Department of Education. When he left, the Department of Education still existed, bigger than ever. Government was bigger. It got bigger under George Herbert Walker Bush. It got bigger under George W. Bush. It got bigger under Donald Trump. Part of the reason is that the so-called entitlements programs are on automatic pilot. And woe to any politician who runs promising to reform them, because you're going to lose the election. The other side is going to accuse you of not caring about the sick, the old, the poor. So the only real way to restrain government spending, in my opinion, is with an amendment to the Constitution to fix spending to a certain percentage of the GDP, with exception for war and natural disaster. Otherwise, it's going to continue to grow no matter who becomes the president. And the reason you can do this is the Constitution has been amended on average every 10 years, so it's doable. It takes a president with the bully pulpit to explain to people, particularly young people, that these programs are not going to be there for them unless there's tremendous, tremendous reform. The word unsustainable to describe the so-called entitlements was a word that was used by Bill Clinton. Barack Obama used the word unsustainable, but the can gets kicked down the road for the reasons that I mentioned. You will not win elections if you promise to restrain this, do that. The only way you can then face the voters is to say, the devil made me do it. I had to restrain spending by law, so please don't hurt me in the ballot box. That's why I propose an amendment.
Congressman, do you agree with that? Because I know that you and just a few of your colleagues in the Liberty Caucus have talked about this crazy idea of power of the purse and actually having congressional oversight, that the body most responsive to the people rein in the administrative state, but it doesn't seem to work on the inside.
No, Larry identifies the problem. The problem is that it's very popular. And I mean, this was foreseen coming out of the Constitutional Convention. People were afraid that we made a government that would ultimately fail because, you know, if once people realize they can vote themselves gifts from the Treasury, it's very popular. It's an opiate, and it's a pretty strong hit. People love it. And when Joe Biden came in, he was lauded for dumping even more fuel onto the fire by a lot of circles. And the only encouraging thing is I could say that a lot of my Republicans who just prior to that were pushing for more fuel on the fire, shoveling coal into the engine, suddenly found their way and said, oh, it's bad. Which is good, but you know, all of it was bad. And you know, the first 2.3 trillion that Thomas Massey asked for a recorded.
That's a shocking sentence, by the way.
2.3 trillion. It made sense because if you're going to close the economy for a month, I talked to a business owner who said, "You're telling me that I have to close my business. You're telling people they can't come to my business, and for good measure, you put physical barriers to prevent people from coming to my business. I was supposed to reserve against that risk in America?" And so that was where they got a lot of support to say, all right, if you're going to take a month out of GDP, you need roughly a month of GDP. And in a way, you have to bridge for this. But then once people started assessing the facts and the logic, and Massey did that faster than most, you said, okay, we can't keep doing this. You can't close the economy, limit supply, dump fuel on the monetary system and grow the monetary base and not have inflation. So that's when in July of 2020 I created the Sound Money Caucus, because it was obvious. And they said, oh, well, it won't cause inflation. It's going to cause inflation. Then they said, well, it won't hit consumers. It's going to hit consumers. And they said, well, it'll be transitory. Mm-hmm. So we all know how it's working out, and we knew then, and we mostly in the room, I think, don't have PhDs in economics. But they sat there and said that to us with a straight face. So how do we do it? And I do think it has to be that you audit the Fed, you shrink the Fed or restructure it. Maybe some people say you don't need a central bank. I say, like, COVID highlighted the utility of a central bank, because in March of 2020, there was total free fall. There was no buy side even for municipal bonds. So you can't have equilibrium in the market with no buy side. So overnight, there was an intervention that just created a backstop called the Municipal Liquidity Fund or something. And it restored equilibrium. So within a week, markets were working, much lower prices, but markets were working again. That's when the Fed should have got back out of the way. But sort of like, you know, for Lord of the Rings fans, the money is like the one ring to rule them all, right? And once you get that power at the Fed, I think it changes even good people. So you have to shrink what they can do. And, you know, Congress brought them into this world, and Congress can take them out.
And the Fed.
Go ahead.
And the Fed. No, the thing is that when they put all these restrictions in place and they started helicopter dropping money onto people and they locked everybody down, they created the problem, right? So when the bond market started failing, that was because the government got involved. So if the government wouldn't have got involved in the first place and stayed out of it and not locked everybody down, then we wouldn't have had that, and the Fed wouldn't have had to step in, because the economy would have worked. The government is what broke the economy.
Absolutely.
And so we need to get the government out of that by ending the Fed.
Okay. So a poll of the audience and the panel: rein in the Fed and get them to stop doing stupid stuff, or end the Fed. Who's with rein in the Fed? And the Fed?
Yeah!
Okay, the people have spoken. I have another poll, and this, Larry suggested this. When the government investigates itself, do you think they're more likely to figure out that that was Hunter Biden's cocaine? Or that we engineered a bioweapon in Wuhan? Who's with Hunter Biden's cocaine? Nobody. Who's with engineered bioweapon in Wuhan? Who's said they're never going to figure any of that stuff out? I want to white pill people because we could talk so much about all the bad things, and I want to start with you, Larry, and your favorite governor, Gavin Newsom, who has been who you heroically took on, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Although Matt, for some reason, he wouldn't debate me. I can't figure out why.
I can't imagine why. California is a poster child for everything that was wrong about education in the last 3 years.
Yes.
And while Gavin Newsom was sending his children to private school, he was letting the teachers' unions tell him that our children couldn't go to school. But that has sparked a revolution. Parents are starting to take charge again.
Yeah, and it's about time. I mean, there was a study done some years ago where government school teachers, that's a term I prefer, government school, were asked, who had school-age kids, were asked, where do you send your own kids? Nationwide, 10% of us have our kids in private school. 6% of black families do. 49% of Philadelphia public school teachers with school-age kids put their own kids in private school. 39% of Chicago public school teachers own kids in private school, which is the equivalent of opening up a restaurant, putting up a big sign saying, come on in, eat the food. We sure won't. The people who know the school system the best aren't putting their own kids in it. And the Democratic Party opposes school choice, where the money follows the child rather than the other way around, because they're in bed with the teachers union. And you look at the results. Let me just take one city, Baltimore. I think I mentioned this a little earlier. 13 public high schools in Baltimore. 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Another half a dozen, only 1% can. And by the way, Baltimore, at the time Freddie Gray died, the man that died in police custody, the mayor was black, the police chief was black, the number 2 in the police department was black, the state attorney who brought the charges against the 6 officers was black, 3 of the 6 officers black, the city council, all Democrat, majority black, the judge before whom 2 of the officers tried their cases was black, the county public superintendent of schools in Baltimore, black. The city superintendent of schools, black. The AG at the time, black. The president of the United States at the time, black. Yet, we've got systemic racism. Scotty, beam me up. And when you have a system where 85% of black 8th graders nationwide, Matt, can neither read nor know math at grade level, and half they can't even do basic reading, you have a system where, as I said earlier today, a large percentage of black kids are functionally illiterate. Yet the Democrats go in there like lemmings and pull that lever of the Democratic Party that is denying them the path towards escaping poverty. And the first step is to finish high school, one presumably where you can read, write, and compute at grade level, and that is just not happening.
Yeah. The ultimate rigged system where the insiders literally appear not to give a damn about the children that they're supposed to serve.
Right.
All of this bad stuff that we're talking about, and I could go on and on. I could talk about lockdowns for the next 3 hours. But I think there's something going on in America that makes me more optimistic. And I'm seeing a lot of folks that used to call us all names. I'm thinking of guys like Bill Maher, who when I used to go on Bill Maher, the only thing he would ever say to me is, you're just angry because a black man's in the White House. And now you listen to Bill Maher and you listen to these other former left-wing comedians, Russell Brand, all these guys. There is an anti-authoritarian movement happening in America. So I think there's an opportunity for people to appreciate that liberty is the only way to do this thing, but you got to break through. And we have 2, what I would call insurgent candidates here that are running against a system that doesn't really want to have the kind of liberty diversity. How do you break the system to break through, and how do you tap into that anti-authoritarian thing that's roiling the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, and independent parties like the Libertarian Party?
Yeah. Everybody is angry in America. We saw that with the George Floyd riots. We saw it with January 6th. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. People feel disenfranchised. People feel like they're not part of the system. They don't have buy-in, right? And so for me, our election system is broken. That's like kind of the foundation that we have to get to. If people don't trust our election system and they don't trust that the people that are elected represent them, then the whole republic falls apart. So I'm looking at just very basic ending gerrymandering, ending the primary system. We shouldn't be paying for Democrat and Republican primaries as taxpayers because 35% of people are independent at this point, right? And so why are the taxpayers paying for private corporations, right? And so, yeah, the whole system is just completely rigged. Like I was talking about earlier, ballot access, the Libertarian Party will not get on the ballot in all 50 states because every state rigs the system against independents and third parties. We have an illusion of choice in America, right? I believe that the presidential picks at the end, the two people that you get to vote for ultimately, are already pre-selected. The system is rigged against all the other comers, and they basically just let them run for the illusion of choice, to keep that illusion of choice alive, right? For my whole life, all I got to vote for was Clinton or Bush. And in the end, I thought it was going to be Hillary Clinton versus Jeb Bush, right? Like, it was just like this continuous cycle. And I said, there's got to be other choices. There's got to be other choices. There's got to be better choices in America. And that's kind of what led me to run for president, is I just want to offer a different choice, a different voice from a common person, right? A common person that's running for president to make, thank you, to make things better for Americans, hard-working Americans.
So I was a Tea Party activist at the, I'm forgetting what year this convention was, but it was the Ron Paul Tea Party convention where I watched the system disenfranchise both of these factions. Larry, you're running within the Republican Party. Can an insurgent candidate break through?
Well, the first step is for me to get up there on the debate stage in Milwaukee. As I mentioned earlier, I've got to get 40,000 individual donors. Go to my website, larryelder.com. You can give as little as $1. Yes, I believe somebody can break through. I think people are fed up, as Lars just now said. I think that people realize that government's gotten way too big. I was on Fox and Friends a few years ago, and I pointed out in 1900, met at all three levels, government took less than 10% of the American people, all three levels. Now, at the federal level, it takes about 32%, and if you put a price on so-called unfunded mandates, government takes 50%. So I get back to my office, phone rings, it's one of these left-wing fact checkers. You were on Fox and Friends this morning. You said government in 1900 took less than 10%, actually it took 9%. I said, do you have a source for that? I said, no, I pulled it out of my behind. I said, of course I have a source. I gave him a source. And now you say government takes 32%? You have a source? I gave them a source. To their credit, they said Elder was right. They were gobsmacked at how large government has become. The fifth president was James Monroe. He cast one veto in his presidency, and that was against the expansion of the Cumberland Road, even though it's going to go through his home state of Virginia, because he said there's nothing in the Constitution that says because I want a road in my state, the other states should chip in and pay for it. Now nobody thinks about that. Both sides brag about infrastructure. If a bridge is falling somewhere in Minnesota, the other 49 states are supposed to chip in to build it. No one even thinks about that anymore. So the idea of how big government has gotten versus how small the Founding Fathers intended is sooner or later going to affect everybody in this country, and I think people are outraged about it, and they want somebody to say it.
Okay, so one option is to fix the system through politics, but I want to ask Congressman Davidson to ultimately white pill us by telling us that crypto is going to solve all of our problems.
Well, I do
politics be damned.
Like, I do think the Bitcoin white paper is one of the, documents that will have a legacy, maybe not as big as the Declaration of Independence, but for people outside of America, may be bigger than the Declaration of Independence. It's an transformative idea, and it decouples money from state. It preserves permissionless peer-to-peer transactions, and the biggest downside to it truly functioning that way is no one ever wants to get rid of it. It's precious, and so I think we need more legal clarity for that in the United States. If you look, we have about a little less than 5% of the world's population. We have almost 25% of the world's GDP. We have over 50% of the world's invested capital. Our markets are great. They could be made better. They're under threat by people that are trying to corrupt the system. inflated assets, and then they're using the money for coercion and control to ration capital, which is a precursor to using the whole money system as coercion and control, like central bank digital currencies. So they're rationing credit that way. But the path to freedom, this is why the left loves central bank digital currencies and hates Bitcoin, hates cash. It's not technically illegal to get cash, but go ask for $5,000 from your own bank and they'll be filling out forms on you. And so it is got a void where the all-seeing eye doesn't know what you did with the $50 bill. You know, so the same with Bitcoin. Although it is traceable, it's not truly secret, so you can follow the money. It's audible, it's immutable, and so there's a lot to love about Bitcoin in particular. It's been diluted by other things called shitcoins, and so we should make it...
that's a technical term for it.
It's a term of art. It's not profanity. But it is...
WTF.
It is interesting that the Securities and Exchange Commission has given free passes to some and targeted others. It's been very selective, and we need that system to stop being rigged, to restructure the Securities and Exchange Commission, fire Gary Gensler, and provide a law that provides clarity for our markets.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, we are running out of time, but I would just observe, I know RFK is coming up in about an hour or something, and regardless of what you think about him, and regardless of whether or not you register as a Republican or a Libertarian, I think something's happening, and I think the guys like Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders that first started to disrupt their own parties, I think that's going to be the new normal, and I like competition. I like it from the inside. I love people that are trying to fix the system from the inside like all you guys are, but I also want to see us as people just take our liberties back, and crypto's at least one way to do that. There's other ways. You can defy authority. You don't have to wear a mask if they tell you to wear a mask. You could just say, no, thank you. But I want to thank all these guys. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks. Excellent job. Lars?
Thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
Let's hear it for our Freedom Fest political panel. And as Education Day rolls on, we have to talk about school choice. We have to talk about educational choice in this country because, you know, there are so many people who are worried about the Supreme Court affirmative action decision. And it's like, it doesn't start with college admissions. It starts way, way back before that. And there are so many rational, logical reasons to have even more school choice. The movement has begun, but let's continue it with Robert C. Enlow. He is the president and CEO of EdChoice, and he has a phenomenal education panel. So I will let them light up the stage with a little bit of educational kerosene. Let's do it.
Thanks, guys. Good morning, everyone. Try it again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. There we go. Welcome to Educational Choice, which is the future of education in America. And if you want to know why we are winning, it's because of all the work that has been done over the years and because of a great idea from this man in 1955 who said that it's fairer, more effective, more equitable, more efficient to separate the government financing of schooling from the government running of schools. And that's Milton Friedman. And I want to show you a short video of how far we've come in 27 years.
The way to bring learning back into the classroom, the way to make sure that schools are responsive to the needs of the children they have in their classroom is to give parents more power, more control.
That's how far we've come, and we have a long way to go. You know, when we started in 1996, there were a handful of states with charter schools and only 2 states with private school choice in 2 cities, serving less than 6,000 kids. Today, I want to unveil a map that you'll see. This is the number of children, and it's likely to be over 1 million by the end of this year that are being served in private school choice. There are 9 states that have education savings accounts, 27 voucher programs, 26 tax credit scholarship programs, 9 individual tax credit programs, 3 refundable tax credit programs. Take a look at Florida. The first state, Jeb Bush, 1999. That's how many kids are taking choice now, and it's going to be likely 300,000 by the end of the year. Take a look at the next state, my great state of Indiana, that has a number of programs, has 4 programs operating, over 58,000 students, soon to be 80,000 students with private school choice. West Virginia in 2021, 2016 when we rebranded, we picked 10 states for universal choice. Florida, West Virginia, Indiana, Louisiana, Arkansas, Arizona, and almost Iowa. Almost all of them have universal choice now. West Virginia passed the first universal ESA program, and then on to the last one, Arizona, which actually has started the floodgate. That started in 1997 in Arizona. They actually have 5 programs serving well over 60,000 kids. It's going to be, this year, it's going to go up to 100,000. So this is growth. And I'm excited and honored to be joined here with 2 amazing men to talk about this, right? So to my immediate right is Dr. Steve Perry. Steve is an educator, best-selling author, and founder and head of schools at Capital Preparatory Schools. In my personal opinion, Steve's voice and his talent is revolutionizing not only education in America, but education advocacy in America. To my further right is Sharif El-Mekki. Sharif is the founder and CEO of the Center for Black Educator Development. And the goal of this center is to recruit, train, hire, and retain teachers that reflect the cultural and social background of the children they serve. He also is a charter school leader in the city of Philadelphia and been a long-term advocate for parental choice. So welcome to the 2 of you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So I have 2 simple questions, right? So Milton Friedman said, I sense we are on the verge of a breakthrough in one state or another that will sweep like wildfire throughout the rest of the country. I would argue that we've actually had a pretty good run of school choice in the last few years. I want you to tell me, why do you think this is happening now, and what's the reasons behind it?
Yeah, I would say, one, around dissatisfaction, right? When I think about what people are looking for their children and for their grandchildren. I ran a charter school for 11 years in the community that I grew up in. And this is a school that everyone recognized was struggling. A little embarrassed to say, I actually went there for summer school my 11th grade year when I was jerking around in a chemistry class. And I knew then, and that summer, so it wasn't just the fact that I had to go to summer school, which I thought was way beneath me. But the first thing in my head when I talked to the teacher was just like, that's crazy. I don't belong there. Like, that's chaos. Even as a high school student, a 15-year-old, I knew that middle school, they place you in certain places, that there was absolute chaos and learning wasn't going to happen. And it was one thing for me stopping my own learning as an 11th grader. It's another thing to have systems of chaos stopping me. I did go, but to later on, decades later, this school still needing intervention and families saying like, hey, you can't continue to do this. And also think about my grandparents. So 2 sets of grandparents, 8 children in between them, all of them found a way to opt out of the zip-coded assigned school that they were being sent to, and they found other options. Most of them, Catholic school. Right, and so just this idea of like needing more for children and for grandchildren, for the progeny, is absolutely a critical piece that I think informs parents' decisions about where do I want my child to, where will they be safe intellectually, culturally, emotionally, and spiritually.
That's great, Steve.
The first public school in the United States of America was opened in 1635 in Boston, Massachusetts. The notion was that it's a public good to provide access to a quality education. For approximately 350 years, the exact same system stood in place, despite Brown, despite all the other innovations. In fact, you can go to some of the oldest schools in America and they're run exactly the same way. What's happened in the past 23 years is that there's been a fundamental shift in the way we see and absorb education as the public. Now, there are parallel tracks that are leading to the same end. On the one hand, you have African Americans, Latin people, and poor people who see their traditional neighborhood schools as, quite frankly, insufficient. Insufficient in the fact that it doesn't provide them with the basic expectation. Getting an A in an F school is an F. Graduating from a school where you don't know how to read is not graduation. Parallel, we're seeing individuals who are white and not poor, but not wealthy, who believed in the notion that the public good is better when you have access to a quality, free education. And they have been exposed to the shortcomings of school, not because their kids can't read because they can, but because they see themselves participating in an international competition for the economic well-being of our nation. And then there's another group that goes in and out of cultures and classes that sees that there's a religious or other spiritual purpose for education. And so these tracks are running parallel, but they're ending up in the same place, which is there is no reason why we should expect to run schools or any institution as we did in 1635. Nobody wants to go to a doctor who's using only the technology from 1635. Anybody interested in leeches? Nobody should be engaging in the technology of 1635. 1635. My people, not the best time for us either. So you don't want to go back there. I don't want to go back there. We recognize that the traditional process of sending children to the closest building in the community that they call a school is insufficient for all of us. The only reason why we persist in this place is because too much money has been put into this failed system. And so those who are in positions of power capitulate, trying to convince themselves and the rest of us that good enough is good enough. And the final part is this: the reason why we're here having this conversation, why we may have many diametrically opposed ideas, but we are in violent agreement on school choice, is because I don't care what you want to teach your children. You teach your children what you believe because they're your children. That's your right. My right too.
So we've had this progress, and I appreciate how we're getting there. We've had a lot of this progress, but you know what? We still have barriers in our way. I really want to know what's still standing in our way and why is that, and what needs to be done about it.
You know, I'll pick up right where Dr. Perry left off. I think it's, you know, when Derek Bell, and you may not know his name, but you know some of his work with CRT. Derek Bell also speaks about that. I hear far less in the conversation is around interest convergence. And where does that fit in? And Dr. Perry perfectly described that. And like, what does interest convergence mean? And when it's frayed and when it's not there. I'm gonna tell you, when I first was introduced to parental choice was in elementary school, going to a Pan-African school. And I've been in certain circles that's talking about school choice, but they're saying, oh, but not that. Where that was my introduction to my parents, deciding, like, here's a space that we want our child to be raised in, where their positive racial identity would be developed, where they wouldn't experience racial biases and racism. Racial bias is a cute way of saying racism if you weren't aware of that, right? Like, they chose a school that was the best fit for us and as children. And they exercise this all the time. At some points, we went to Islamic school. Sometimes my siblings were homeschooled. So they were exercising this in the most, I believe, the most pristine way. Many of their choices would not fit under the umbrella of many folks who are saying, like, oh, I'm about choice. Sometimes they're saying, I'm about the choice that I would make, and I want that made for everybody. And I would say we have to really expand the thinking about what that means and really center what are parents saying. And not just dominant culture parents, not just white parents. There are a whole lot of other families who believe in it, but they don't see themselves in some of the rhetoric and some of the conversations that are being had about pro-choice. So that means that interest convergence starts to dissipate. because they're like, wait a minute, you're not really for what I believe about choice for my child, the socioeconomic and political conditions that they may be in themselves. So I would say one thing is making sure that we're involving the voices of all families and making sure that we're hearing this is what other people are saying.
So what stands in the way is that choice has got to be choice for all, not just choice for some. And choice means that people can make an actual choice even if we disagree with that choice. And that's part of the question. So Steve.
I would agree.
That's the best kind of choice.
Yeah.
I'll say it this way. What stands in the way is the teachers union. Like, we don't have to dress this pig up and call the prom queen. The lipstick doesn't change that it's got an oink. Like, this is what it is. We're here in this conversation because the teachers union makes money off of teachers who are forced to pay dues to their institution. Let's do some simple math, right? It's in the head, so just bear with me for a second. If you were in California, let's say that the average teacher pays approximately $1,500 per year towards their union. And you were to have 1 million children who were to be in a choice school that's non-union. So for every 20 students, you would have one teacher, or 75,000 teachers. 50,000 teachers. That would be a net loss to the California Teachers Association of $75 million in annual receipts. They don't give a damn about your kids or my kids. They want to make sure that they maintain that level of power. This has nothing to do with data. 15% of the United States schools are magnet or charter, yet 65% of all of the U.S. News and World Report top performing high schools are magnet or charter. 15% represents 65% of the top performing schools in the country. No one needs to wonder how. We know how. Yet and still, we allow ourselves to get caught up in this jousting with the teachers union. And this is where people like us, who sometimes find ourselves on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, have to lay down our weapons for this particular cause. And I say it this way. When we get caught up in the culture wars, what happens is we allow the teachers union to drive a Mack truck into the conversation around school choice. We take our eye off the daggone ball and we start swinging at each other. Whether you can teach African American AP in Florida or not. Whether you can teach CRT or not. Whether you think the world is flat or not. Whether you teach evolution or not. Whatever the thing that you feel like you teach. But if we stay 10 toes down on the notion that every single parent or grandparent or individual responsible for raising their children should be allowed to choose the school that is best for them. I'm a voucher person, by the way, full-fledged voucher. Then we can decide what works for us. Our problem is the teachers union doesn't move from their position. They're against all forms of non-union choice. Period. But what happens to us along the way, on our way to the state capitol, on our way to the Board of Education? We get into these pissing matches about what's being taught inside the classrooms. Instead of saying, we don't have to have an argument about whether or not you want to fry fish and I want to bake fish. You go to where they're frying fish, I go to where they're baking fish, and we agree that we get to choose where we eat. I'll say this final point. I'm a voucher person because I know that this is a country that actually believes in vouchers. Medicaid, Medicare, the GI Bill, Section 8, right? Student financial aid. This allows every single individual the opportunity to choose the best academic circumstances for them. We have to be disciplined and stay focused on the idea of choice above all.
So Corey mentioned Milton Friedman's quote. The actual quote that Milton used, said was, only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. The change that occurs depends on the quality of the ideas lying around at the time. That, I believe, he said, is our main function, to develop ideas so that the politically impossible becomes the politically inevitable. So what, in your mind, stands in the way? What do we need to do still? Okay, so we've talked about the barriers, we've talked about why we're here, but what still needs to be done to truly make the idea of choice for all politically inevitable?
I think there's so many things. One, learning from, lessons. Look, I'm from Philadelphia, and many of you probably saw what happened recently with the governor. I think trying to understand why. We talked backstage like it was this enormous reaction, but fewer people understand okay, what are the political issues on the ground that made the governor have to make a different choice. And I think sometimes the reaction impedes the understanding. Mm-hmm. And I think the reaction first, so let's start with understanding first, okay, what's happened? Why did it happen? And then what needs to go forward with in that case?
Mm-hmm. I say we have to run full slates of school choice people. We have to make sure that the people who are currently elected are either inspired or afraid to go against us. Just this past legislative session in Connecticut, we had a school approved. Now, Connecticut has a draconian process, but I'll be brief. We got the highest score in the state for our application. We had what they referred to as historic levels of support. At one meeting, we had 423 people come out to support our school. On a night where we had 2 home football games at the 2 high schools in town, we had over 110 people come out to support. We were unanimously approved by the State Department of Education. And at 11:48 p.m., 2 senators pulled $4.5 million out of the budget. I know it was at 11:48 because I received a text that said they pulled your school out of the budget. And at 12 o'clock, they voted on the budget. That happens because we can win the ground game, but we're not in, as we say from Hamilton, the musical, we're not in the room where it happens. And we need to make sure that when they close that door, they hear your voice. They know the door is going to open. We're not some narcos democracy. We're not some kleptocracy. That's not who we are. You don't get to go against the will of the people. Every single poll for Democrats and Republicans about school choice is positive to school choice. Yet we keep talking about this thing like it's something we're not really sure about. The data in terms of performance is clearly there. The community support is clearly there. Black, white, Asian, poor, rich, middle class, all support. If you ask anyone, anywhere, who do you think should determine where your child goes to school? Everyone says the parent. Where the breakdown in our system is that we have not put either enough inspiration or fear in those rooms where it happens. So I'm saying, when we speak together from both sides of the aisle, from all parts of the cultural divide, that even if we don't agree on anything tonight, what we will agree on is that every single parent is the only arbiter of what is appropriate for their children to learn.
I have 6 children, and I can't imagine not making the choice. You know what I mean? I just can't even wrap my mind around it. But unfortunately, so many parents can't even wrap their mind around having the choice, And I think it's really important that we understand that if we have a level of agency and privilege, we're going to find a way. And there's still spaces, and I think we have to call people out, We have to call politicians, where did your child go? I think that should be one of the essential questions that we ask any politician who's trying to get our vote. where did your child and grandchildren go to school?
Or which charter school leader are you calling and saying, hey, Doc, can I holler at you for a second? My niece is on your waiting list. Do tell. Wow, how did that happen? You didn't vote for school choice. I know, come on, man, we ain't got to do that right now. No, we do.
We do.
We certainly do. How about you pass a bill that says that every child who applies to my school brings the money with them by way of voucher so I can open up as many seats as I want? There is such a small but important voice that is piercing the skin of our effort, and it's the teachers union. It's just them. And as long as they can get us, Black and Latin people who are working in urban school systems, white people who are in the suburbs or rural, as long as they can keep us fighting each other, getting caught up in whether or not you teach this or that, whatever the thing is, as long as they can do that, they get another contract, they get another year, and we lose again. I don't know anybody, Brother Sharif, who has more than one child who thinks that those two children are the same. My sons could not be more different. But they went to the same school. They went to mine. That was our school.
Yeah, I feel you.
But to this final end, if you take anything from what I'm saying, please focus on the bigger picture. With universal school choice from sea to shining sea, we can decide what is best for our families. It doesn't have to be a charter school. It could be a magnet school. It could be a home school. It could be a micro school. It could be online, or a version yet to be developed.
That part.
Yeah.
That part.
But right now, we're fighting over the fact that our schools are still being run in the same way they were run in 1635. We should be embarrassed as a country. We should really just be embarrassed.
And the scope of this problem, as we get to conclusion, from 1950 to 2019, we saw a 100% increase in student enrollment, a 253% increase in the number of teachers, that's fine, and a 709% increase in the number of non-teaching staff, all who pay dues. That's the scope of this problem across this country that we have to fight for children for. Okay, so with a minute left, you get the platform for 30 seconds. Go ahead, Sharif.
30 seconds. Let's recognize that essentially there are a whole lot of families who are not part of the conversation. They add value, they add insight, they add power, and they're being neglected and unheard. You know, one of the things that I would particularly take a look at, we're not, you know, Dr. Perry shared the numbers. There's no parents who disagree. We're not outnumbered, we're out organized.
For me, it's simple. Whatever church, synagogue, or mosque that you attend, find another group to connect to. Find other organizations to connect with. We are so close to pushing this pile and breaking the back of this beast. The teachers union by themselves have done this to us, and we have to fight them.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank these guys very much. The future is educational choice, and you guys are part of it. Please come to our booth and get t-shirts. We'd love to have you have t-shirts.
I love when people bring swag. Yeah, you know what you need? A t-shirt cannon. Just shoot it out, bah, 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 because they love guns. And who doesn't love free t-shirts? And Milton Friedman. That's the trifecta of free stuff. All right, party people, how we doing? How we holding down Saturday? Everyone good? You learning? You absorbing? You processing so you can take it back into your world and make your world an even better place with all these new ideas. And you'll have conversations, and you'll be like, interesting you say that. I was watching a panel about school choice, and I have everything figured out. And your friends and neighbors and family members would be like, thank you, genius. All right, well, I would like to thank you and our sponsors, and I want to thank all the Freedom Fest sponsors who have made this incredible conference possible, including Iron Lights and our Education Day sponsor, EdChoice. Beautifully done. Special thanks to Free the People, Yrefy, and Elder for President for their sessions today. And I would like to note, we do, as we've already discussed, have special security measures in place right here on the main stage for RFK Jr. The talk starts right after we wrap up this morning, like not right now, like noonish, 12:25, something like that. Wait, I'll tell you exactly. We have a break. You're going to go get rad. You're going to get gussied and have plastic surgery and get implants of all sorts. So you're super sexy for the afternoon. And then at 12:10, we have a bunch of stuff. And then RFK Jr. will speak, and you will be patted down and frisked. And that has nothing to do with the security measures. That's just having fun in Memphis. So it's a little maraschino cherry on top of your sundae. So we're going to do all that. And enjoy the coffee break. Get caffeinated. Get hydrated. The authors, they're hosting, they're signing, they want to meet you, they want to sign a book for you or your loved ones, and that is at the bookstore, which is hosted by Atlas Elite Publishing in the exhibit hall. I will see you back here at 12:10, so let's go make some stories and
Good morning, everyone. This room is now closed. Please make your way out while we do a room turnover for security. Please make your way out of the venue. Thank you.
Trendy intellectuals always take action for every cause that's ever been in fashion. Weekend revolutionaries protest and sing because they're dedicated followers of any old thing. They got every solution for every revolution. They live in the slums just like the poor people do, but they'd rather sniff coke instead of blue. Right-wing fascists beat up the flags, then they salute the Union Jack. We can't pretend there's nothing wrong, it's not the end, so just carry on. You gotta live life for yourself, you can't live life for anyone else. You gotta live life.
Oh, and welcome to the second and arguably most important session of FreedomFest, Day 4. How are we feeling? Are your loins girded?
All right.
Okay, very good. Mark Skousen was like, well, one panel was fantastic, but the wrap-up panel is going to be legendary. I will let him take it away, the founder of FreedomFest, sitting right there in the middle in his kingly throne, Mark Skousen.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's a delight to be here. We just have a closing panel of 20 minutes because we, well, maybe 15 minutes. That's all we get. So let's quickly introduce everybody. We have Michael Bies, who is our FreedomFest bookstore director, and he's done a great job. Let's give a warm welcome to Michael Bies. He's also a marketing genius when it comes to making books, best-selling books on Amazon, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, in addition, we have Elizabeth Nolan Brown, who's the editor of Reason Magazine. Welcome. We have next to me David Bose, Vice President of the Cato Institute. You sure you're not the president?
I'm just a fellow now.
Is that right? Is that the official? No, you're vice president.
No, I was executive vice president, but I wormed my way out of management into a fellowship.
Oh, good. Well, we're delighted here. I'm sure that's a more enjoyable role, right? Less difficult to deal with, right?
Fewer difficult personalities.
Yeah. Right. And last but not least, Sylvanius Salinas, the president of FEE, the Foundation for Economic Education out of Atlanta. And so how would you do against Enos Friedman in terms of like an NBA player? Would you be able to handle that?
I wouldn't, but at least I'd get to shoot, and that's what matters.
Yeah, for sure. 3-pointers. So to get our program started, I'd really like to, I really felt, David, you presented a manifesto, if you will, a libertarian manifesto in your talk yesterday, or was it the day before? I get confused. But give us the basic thesis of your it seemed to be a little bit of a critique of libertarians and the way they're seeing things in the world and how we can be more effective. If you could give a short summary, we don't have a lot of time, so just a few minutes summary of your talk, and then maybe we can get a little bit of response from everybody else.
Well, what I said sort of was one of the greatest books that libertarians are supposed to read is The Road to Serfdom, and it made some very important points. But we often tend to believe that the road to serfdom is a description of our world. And we can certainly point to all sorts of things that we don't like, from lockdowns to the impossibility, apparently, of getting government spending under control. But I think we ought to have a more positive attitude. And so I talked about, historically, we went tens of thousands of human years with a society of rigid class status and absolutely no increase in the standard of living or GDP per capita. And then liberalism came into the world, the Enlightenment and liberalism, and that revolutionized everything. It changed everything. And since then, in my view, we have basically been on a road to greater freedom. We've got huge governments these days in developed worlds, but we got rid of conscription in the United States. We have more free trade than we ever did before. We do actually have a very good free speech regime in the United States, and the courts ensure that. But there's a rise of illiberalism in the world, both in the United States and around the world. And so our task right now as libertarians is to defend libertarian ideas and to make them more appealing and effective, but also to defend the broader liberal order, just the general idea of liberalism, of a world of freedom and tolerance and human flourishing that liberalism created and that
many people, well, not that many people, but too many people these days are trying to narrow or even extinguish.
You know, David, you've really hit the nail on the head, and I like your optimism because in today's world it's really easy to get depressed about things. Speaking of depressed things, Hayek in chapter 10 of The Road to Serfdom has a famous chapter called Why the Worst Get on Top. So, Elizabeth, you have been covering these presidential candidates. Next year's an election year. You've been pretty critical of pretty much every candidate. So is there a candidate out there? Is there something that Reason thinks is a good idea? Or do you see yourself basically as a bystander criticizing and encouraging the right kind of thinking for leadership, political leadership?
Well, I like a lot of Afrobound's platform. He's been here at this conference. He's running for president.
You like
He's
him,
calling for decriminalization of marijuana, making police wear body cameras. But no, I mean, I think at Reason, one of the things we try to do is we are not in the business of sort of endorsing any particular candidates. I mean, individuals might, but as an institution, we're not trying to endorse anybody. We're trying to sort of provide a critical look at what they stand for. So, you know, because there's so much to disagree with on both the right and the left, we end up, I think, focusing a lot on policies that we don't appreciate from them. We do try to highlight when there are policies that we agree with, but you know, those tend to be far and few between, at least in mainstream political candidates.
Well, I get your almost daily, I think, report from Reason, and you have all these articles and stuff. I highly recommend that. Do they just go to reason.com to get to sign up for that? I highly recommend that. But I did notice that you every article that you have written on Governor Ron DeSantis is negative. And yet he won by a substantial margin in Florida, 60% to 40%. This was kind of unheard of in a state that's 50-50. So apparently he was doing things that resonated with people. So why is Reason so critical about Governor DeSantis?
Well, we definitely haven't read exclusively critical articles. There have been some positive things. We try to highlight, again, when we think he does positive things, like with school choice, with health freedom. He's definitely done a lot of things. Unfortunately, he doesn't extend this sort of classical liberal or limited government principles to everything. There's a lot of things where he has much more big government authoritarian views, and you know, I think we're not trying to be cruel by highlighting the areas where we disagree, but you know, hopefully say you've got the right idea on some things. Can you try to apply that consistently when it comes to other things?
Yeah, and I think that's great that you would do that. Now, Z, you have a think tank, Foundation for Economic Education. Are you as optimistic as David is regarding the outlook of economic education?
I'm a short-term pessimist, long-term optimist. So there's that. My impressions from going to many schools, and last year we delivered lectures to about 60,000 students. It's not as bad as you might think. The problem is that we see the squeaky wheel gets all the grease. So we see the worst examples of schools or teachers. We don't see the best ones, or we don't see actually the average of the mill teacher. Let's say we ran about 3,000 teachers through our training program. I had one complaint. It was 1 out of 3,000, that's pretty good. In fact, when we go to schools, when we talk to teachers, and TK, let's say that TK delivers a lecture, most of the time what we get is people saying, well, can you come back? Can you do that more often? Can you come back every week and talk to our kids? So in terms of acceptance of the message of liberty, I would say it's a very good one. In fact, teachers are clamoring for it. My optimism comes from the fact that I think people are genuinely into our ideas. They genuinely believe that everyone should be free. They genuinely believe in human flourishing and inalienable rights. It's just sometimes either we mess up the rhetoric, or sometimes when you look at what left doesn't attack freedom head on. No one from the left comes and says, you shouldn't have freedom. No one from the left comes and says, oh, you shouldn't keep what you earn. They always position something next to it. Freedom, but equality. freedom but equal opportunity or equal outcomes. So that's the trick that they use, and we need to get better at rhetoric. But in terms of acceptance of freedom's message, in terms of people wanting to live their lives without interference from the government, it is a very good audience. So that's why I'm optimistic.
You know, this is the 300th anniversary of Adam Smith's birth, and so there's a lot of articles. You've had several articles in Reason on Adam Smith. I'm sure Cato has done some things there as well. The father of free market economics, as he's often called. And he called his model a system of fill in the blank. So did he call it the system of natural equality? No. Did he call it the system of social justice? No. What did he call it? The system of natural
liberty.
Liberty. So that meant, for Adam Smith, that was the highest ideal, is liberty. So, Michael Bies, what do you think? You're in the whole area of promoting, marketing, technology, and so forth. Do we have the largest? Do we have liberty now in that area? You can pretty much do anything you want in technology, right?
Yeah, for the most part you can, and that's what's crazy. Like, you could write and say anything about anyone, whether it be factual or not, out there. But
are you sure? I thought there was a lot of censorship.
That's what I was getting to, and until you piss off the wrong person. And then they cancel you, and then you're gone, and then you have no voice anymore. So I believe that there are methods of doing so, but more so, you want us to talk about free speech and just saying what you feel. But I feel that still, I find, at least in my area, that a lot of authors are still getting canceled based on the message that they're delivering. So is it really free speech or not? And that's kind of like the debate, the bigger debate that we're seeing right now. And there's other ways. I mean, I've seen authors even take their books and publish them overseas, where you would think, 5-10 years ago, that's unheard of. Like, this is America, right? But again, technology does play a big role, but knowing how to use that technology is really what's going to enable people to get their messages out.
Yeah, very good, Michael. So, 3 out of the 4 of you have used the term left-wing, right-wing. You didn't use it in your introduction, but in your talk you used left-wing, right-wing. But of course, libertarians are theoretically not left or right, because we are liberally, socially liberal. You would accept that term, correct?
Yes.
And
also
maybe
economically liberal.
Economically liberal in the classical tradition. And I'm glad he's bringing back the term liberal, because that has another name that's been stolen. In fact, I never refer to the enemies of liberty as liberal. I'm very careful on these labels. So this year, our Leonard E. Read Book Award. Read was the founder of FEE. We thought, what a great title for Read This Book. So every year we give out a Leonard E. Read Book Award, and we gave it this year to Hiram Lewis and Vernon Lewis, The Myth of Left and Right, How the Political Spectrum Misleads and Harms America. And I would think this would appeal to us libertarians, because it's hard for us to put us in these little boxes of left and right. So why don't we just abandon left and right and just talk about up and down? You're either an upper or a downer. How about that?
Well,
Elizabeth or David, please go ahead.
One answer to that, I mean,
we only have a few minutes, but
you said that I used the term. I used it to criticize other people. I said both left and right have elements of illiberalism these days, and I think there is a difference there. You could say it's basically a tribal term. We over here, we're the left, and them over there, they're the right, and they're the bad guys. That's sort
the
of
problem.
Yeah. But there are differences. There's the sort of fascist personality cult model that tends to be found on the right, and then there's the party state model that tends to be found on the left.
So if you're called a rightist, you're called a neo-Nazi, because, or a fascist, a
Well,
neo-fascist.
that would be a
wouldn't
bad
you?
thing.
Yeah, you'd bristle at that.
Yes, I would bristle at that, and that is a problem with the concept of left and right because, you know, is the spectrum that Milton Friedman is to the right of Ronald Reagan and then Hitler is to the right of Milton Friedman? That doesn't make any sense. And you could say the same thing on the left. Is Nadine Strossen to the left of Chuck Schumer? Yeah, because she's a real free speecher. But does that mean then that Bernie Sanders, the socialist, is to her left? That doesn't quite add up either.
So, Elizabeth, would you like to use the term briefly? We got to wrap up, but give us a sense. I mean, I've been trying to encourage Reason editors to stop using left and right entirely. I've abandoned it for 30 years. So what's your view? Do you think that's an accurate term?
From a philosophical standpoint, I totally agree with you. You know, I think it is, like David said, more apt to talk about liberalism versus illiberalism, because there are liberal, you know, classical liberal on both the left and the right, and there are illiberal people on both the left and the right. Unfortunately, in journalism, you know, it's sort of shorthand when we're talking about things and you're trying to convey things in the least words possible. So we end up having to resort to this language that you're right, is not terribly effective at actually capturing what's going on.
And from a practical point of view, actually, foregoing the labels, because most people, most people are unlike us. They have other things to do than to gather here for 4 days to talk about liberty. Most people care about their everyday lives. So if you approach them with left, right, or Hayek, they will not listen to you. But when you start explaining things to them, why low taxes, why personal freedom is much better, they actually will listen to you without getting into this classification.
That'd be great. So we've run out of time. I would like to recommend Richard Rahn, R-A-H-N.
Who's just amazing. That's you. Mm-hmm. There he is. He's never been in my kitchen, so I don't know his name. But he's great. Hey, who wants to hear from... Okay, so this is my favorite thing in the world, because I talk to people all the time, obviously about politics, and like, oh, you know, you're a libertarian, what does that mean? It means stay away from me and give me guns and weed. Although I don't smoke weed. But, you know, if I did, I'd protect it with my guns. But they're like, I'm so mad at the two-party system. It's the worst. I hate Republicans and I hate Democrats. But that's what they say all the time, but they're like, but we really should stop throwing our votes away on third parties and just vote for Republicans and Democrats. I'm like, oh, the entities you hate? That's the dumbest thing in the world. It's like, I really hate having this bloody contusion on my forehead. I hate it so much. It's the worst thing about my life. But I'm going to keep banging my head against the wall. That's essentially what's happening. And I'm sorry, but as the schoolmarm of the stage this moment, I find that to be unacceptable. So let's have a little shift at the ballot box, shall we? So let us welcome the executive director of the Libertarian Party. She knows a thing or two about reaching out to people, making waves, and getting votes. Here is Laine Houston and her panel.
I feel good today. Can't nobody bring me down. And I just got paid. And I think I'm gonna hit the town. Yeah, my problems can wait till tomorrow. 'Cause I feel good today.
All right, welcome everybody. I am so excited for today's talk because we get to discuss something a little bit naughty, but a very vital conversation. As Kennedy just mentioned, we are the Libertarian Party, and we are frequently having conversations about how so many Americans can believe in freedom, and yet we're still the third largest political party. We are not the biggest party in America. How can we be affecting change? And we've invited some amazing thought leaders and action leaders here today to discuss this topic with us. How can we be getting creative? When you think back to the founding of our country, Americans didn't just sit there and politely ask King George if they could have their freedoms. What they did is they threw tea in the harbor and they united across the colonies to get what they wanted. And we need to look to inspiration like this to make sure that we're getting creative in today's political age. So what we're going to be talking today is about thinking outside the ballot box. It's not just enough to run candidates and make sure that we are finding creative ways to win every other November. We want to be working outside of that to make sure that we are getting creative and making freedom happen as much as we possibly can. So today I'd like to introduce a couple of our speakers. We have here the chair of the Libertarian Party, Angela McArdle.
Sharpe, founder of Black Guns Matter, which is co-host of the Dark Horse podcast, and reluctant radical Brett Weinstein. And co-host and founder of Rebel Educator and the Hannah Frankman podcast, Hannah Frankman. All right. And all weekend, we've been hearing about how this is such an important time, such a vital time, and I think everyone here can feel it. We have a huge group of people who've been rushing into the political conversation. Lots of people who love freedom, they'd rather stay out of politics, but we're seeing a big group of people rush in to help impact change. Brett, I'd love to hear a little bit from you about why do you think that is? Why is it that so many people are getting more involved in politics and trying to change the situation we're in now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the answer comes down to a couple of main forces. One of them is that we have had what former NSA official William Binney called the turnkey totalitarian state erected around us. And the key thing that has allowed that to happen is that the turnkey totalitarian state is deadly boring when you look at it, right? You have to scrutinize the pieces to understand how, when the key is turned, you will live under totalitarianism. So this has been built without people's notice for the most part. People have detected that something is off, for example, about the Patriot Act, that the label on the box doesn't match the contents of the box, but they don't know exactly what it's about. And COVID changed this. And COVID changed this in large measure because the force that I call Goliath is the force that opposes all meaningful change, is devastatingly powerful when he's on his home turf, but he is not good at fighting anything he doesn't understand, and he didn't understand podcasts. So what happened is he didn't know why he should care about what some dude in a man cave has to say about vaccine safety and effectiveness. Why should that matter when NBC and CBS and MSNBC are all singing from the same hymnal? Well, it turned out a lot of people were listening to experts who had been driven from polite society, who showed up on these unofficial channels with low production values, and it woke people up to the fact that something was taking place in front of them that made no sense. So that is telling people it is later in history than they think that we are headed somewhere we cannot afford to go, and it has activated them.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen that as the political landscape has changed, we've had to up our game in the way that we're getting creative. And Angela, this next question is for you. Something the new Libertarian Party is focusing on is leveraging single-issue coalitions. I'm not sure everyone here knows what that is today. Could you explain that, what that is, and how we're leveraging it to bring about a bigger political footprint?
Absolutely. So single-issue coalitions are where people from different groups, maybe groups that would otherwise never associate with one another, come together in a moment of agreement about one particular issue. So with the Libertarian Party, during the last year, we formed a really powerful issue coalition to oppose war. We worked with a left-wing populist minor political party called the People's Party. They're ex-Bernie bros. That's how you could think of them. To oppose war. There are people that left Bernie Sanders' campaign because they were disillusioned. You could call them red-pilled leftists if you want. And then we started to branch out our coalition, and we worked with members of the Green Party, other members of the dissident left who are politically active, but maybe not, they don't consider themselves Democrats. And we got together in Washington, D.C., and had about 3,000 people there attend our rally, and it was the largest anti-war rally in nearly 20 years. And what was so powerful about that is that we came together to oppose something so ugly, the threat of nuclear war, but we had this really beautiful thing come out of it, which is that there were people there at that event who otherwise would have nothing to do with each other, and we came together and we said, I agree with you on this particular issue. It's so important to me. I see you as a human being. I see your intrinsic value. Let's do it again. And I can't over-express like how profound and how meaningful that moment was, because it's opened doors for us. We see each other in a different light now, and we're going to continue to work together on additional issue coalitions. Tribalism is at its height right now, but we also see people who are more than ever, they're willing to work together on single issues of agreement. I think of our tribes not as totally separate, but sort of like circles on a Venn diagram. Everybody overlaps with someone else just a little bit, and that's what I want to lean into really hard for our future.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think what's interesting about this is I don't think if you heard that you were going to a Libertarian Party panel today, you thought you would hear the leader of that party talking about teaming up with the People's Party and the Green Party, right? It really shows a sign of the times and that we need to get creative. Another person who's getting creative is someone I extremely admire. I know we've got a lot of Second Amendment advocates here, and thank you to all of you in the room. Mapstead is not only a person who speaks out about the fact that we need reform and we need to be expanding our Second Amendment rights. He actually goes into urban centers and teaches people the very vital tools for self-defense that you need to navigate dangerous landscapes, and teaches people conflict resolution, de-escalation, gun safety, and how to really leverage your rights and responsibilities. Yeah. Maj, could you tell us a little bit about Black Guns Matter and why you founded it?
Yeah, we started because we saw that this conversation about freedom in this demographic was, not only was it not being had, but it was deliberately being eschewed. It was deliberately saying, you know, as we all know, I know everybody here is tired of hearing everything being called racist, but gun control is and was racist. And so the demographic that was mostly impacted by that was the areas, you know, where I live. So instead of just, you know, arguing about, oh, this is wrong, we wanted to empower that community by crowdfunding, making these classes available for free based on individuals choosing from all different backgrounds across different political, you know, alliances or not. Just getting this group of people to say, we do agree on this issue that we should have the means to defend ourselves. We ironically got pushback from people that said, oh man, if you're pro-gun, you should not go to anti-gun cities. You should not go to the places where you will not be received with open arms. The problem with that is that's not how America was built. The problem with that is the exact opposite of every Rocky movie that has ever been, you know, on the screen. And so, in essence, we knew that we had something where we could teach people, individuals would choose to voluntarily donate to add to a collective right, a human right, that also defends the individual right. So we created this little, you know, never-ending figure eight. The other beauty of that is it starts leaning into other things. You start having a conversation about the Second Amendment. You're having a conversation about civics. You start having a conversation about firearms. You're having a conversation about conflict resolution. You start having a conversation about the potential for defending life. You have the conversation about stop the bleed. You know, all of these different things now started to blossom into our solutionary university, where we have experts having conversations about all of these things, to Angela's point, where even if we figure out one area out of this Venn diagram that we agree on, we can work on. And since then, we had a stated goal with Black Guns Matter to make the urban community, where it's needed the most, the newest, largest gun buying demographic. And we did that between the years of 2016 and 2019, all based on crowdfunding within 3 years and less than $300. So huge shouts to everybody that's been supportive of that movement.
And what I love about this is you're not talking about a strategy that's competitive to making policy change and running better candidates, but what you're doing is having a strategy that pays dividends today, and like you said, it blossoms into something better, it changes the conversation, it gets people excited about having that change. And Hannah, you also do something incredibly similar. I think everyone in this room, no matter what part of political persuasion you're from, you can agree we need education reform, possibly in different directions. But we all know that education is really critical. And so often the conversation focuses on, well, we just need to change the curriculum, or we just need to focus on electing different people to school boards. And what I love about what you and Rebel Educator do, Hannah, is you equip parents and children to remember you can have the education you want today. You can take that back. Could you tell us a little bit about what you do in those platforms to educate parents, no pun intended, on all the alternative education solutions they have at their disposal?
Yeah, I like to joke with people that I'm in the business of talking parents into pulling their kids out of public school. What we do at Rebel Educator is, thank you. What we do at Rebel Educator is we help parents, first of all, understand what's broken in our public education system. I see my very first job as reaffirming intuitions that parents have that our system is very broken and it's not educating children well. And then we start to educate them on what's actually important in raising a whole human from kindergarten all the way through to being ready to engage with the real world as a fully functional person as an adult. And we help parents see that there are a number of amazing education options out there that are very easily accessible. It's very easy to exit the system and find an alternative that's a great fit for your child, whether you're homeschooling them, whether you're sending them to a local micro school, a local public school, something online, but truly taking the raising of your child back into your own hands and not relying on the government to provide an quite frankly, very subpar and mediocre education for their children. And I'm very excited that this is an issue that the LP has become very interested in, because I think education is really important for a couple of reasons. One, it's an issue that truly does cross the aisle. It's an issue that people on the left care about, people on the right care about, and parents on both sides of the aisle know that the education that their child is getting in their district school at best isn't necessarily great, and at worst is sometimes setting kids up for failure, not success. And it's an issue that you can reach people on both sides with and build a coalition around, where people who wouldn't necessarily agree on other issues care about this. It's something that really should be non-political. And it's something that we see swinging elections because people care so much about this issue. And it's something that, you know, parents have a superpower, which is they have something that's external to them that they care about more than themselves, which is their children. And that's a very powerful position to be fighting from. It's also powerful because when you're exiting the system, you're making a very bold statement. You're not waiting for someone else's permission to, you know, you're waiting for an election cycle to maybe see a change. If you pull your kids out of public school, that is a very big statement to be making, that you care about the outcomes here and your vote will be allocated accordingly. And also, nothing matters more than the kids, really, because we can win everything else. But if we don't educate our children in a way where they don't hate their country and they don't feel guilty about their life goals or where they were born or the demographic that they're in, we can win everything and we'll lose it in the next generation because the kids don't care that we've won it. So the kids are the most important thing.
Yeah.
And I think you all hit the nail on the head. The themes I'm pulling out of everyone here in each of these creative strategies is we need to be hands-on, not wait for permission. We're libertarians. We don't do well with permission. So this is great. And in addition to that, we need to be outsmarting the state. And like you said, not waiting for this change to happen in an election cycle. And so as we think about how we're going to defeat this entity, which is not just the government, it's the climate of increasing authoritarianism, I think we need to look to new strategies and game theory. And so, Brett, this is something you talk about all the time on your podcast. What do you think is the interesting nature of the game that we're playing now, and how can we outsmart and choose a different game than the one the duopoly puts in front of us?
You have to look at the picture from the perspective of an entity that wishes to exert control but doesn't have infinite resources. It has to figure out how to spend. And so the duopoly represents Goliath, and it owns enough properties to control races and political power sufficiently that it is never displaced. The way to beat it is to recognize where it hasn't invested because it's cheaped out or because it doesn't understand, and to leverage those. And so what you want to recognize is the game that Goliath wants you to play is the primaries will keep anything meaningful out of the general election, right? That can fail. Trump proved that can fail, but in general, the parties control what makes it to the general election, and what makes it to the general election is uninteresting. It will not exert an important force for change. If you attempt to leave that system, then you become the spoiler, and that spoiler is the worst thing in the race. And so nobody wants to join a spoiler effort because they don't want to be blamed for electing the greater evil. If you can't escape that game, you've lost. So what you either have to do is stare down the accusation of spoiler and say, are you telling me that if Ralph Nader gets one vote and your candidate loses by one vote, that this is Ralph Nader's fault? right? No, the fault is yours for running a candidate that couldn't defeat the other one. It's not Ralph Nader's fault. So you have to be able to advance a third-party effort and to be able to say, look, you've left us no choice. You keep denying us a candidate that would do anything that was in our interest. We have to run the risk of spoiling your election in order to exert a force in the interest of the public.
Yeah. Absolutely. And this is a criticism we hear often in the party, right, is the spoiler vote. The one man's spoiler is another man's swing voter, another man's kingmaker. And I think one of the places that the Libertarian Party can really help advance the field here is having very high standards and making sure that we're able to speak out for what it is we do want to see. We don't want this to be a vote against one candidate or another. We want to actually support candidates that have our values. And so, Angela, how do you think we are standing up to raise the bar for candidates in every political party, our own and outside of it?
Well, the Colorado Libertarian Party just made waves recently where they struck a quote-unquote deal, a gentleman's agreement with their state-level GOP, and they said, we are going to spoil your races if you keep running terrible candidates. So they issued a challenge to the GOP. They said, if you will run candidates at the state level that we think are up to snuff, that actually represent and advance the cause of liberty, we won't necessarily run someone against you. So I'm going to be reaching out to state chairs throughout the Libertarian Party affiliates and asking them if they want to adopt a similar strategy on a couple of key races across the country. We're calling it Operation Warhawk Removal. For the worst offending pro-war candidates, we don't care what party it is, we are coming for you, and we want to ruin your campaign during the primary season.
And look out on that. And I'd also love to open it up to our panelists here. I think we as the Libertarian Party, we don't see libertarianism as led by or exclusively for the Libertarian Party. We're all part of a freedom ecosystem, and each of us needs to be doing what we can to advance freedom. What do you think are the ways we can leverage our different strengths in these different organizations to make sure that we are bringing about more of the issues that we'd love to see at the forefront?
I got to jump in there. You need the hood. Y'all laughing. The reason why we're in this boondoggle is because we've ignored urban America, and that is the stranglehold that leftists, extreme leftists, have on America. You need the hood. It is not an unwinnable district. It is not left. This is America. They are Americans. They are humans. That message resonates. And the only reason that I'm 1,000% certain about it is because it's exactly what I was told to not do with Black Guns Matter. Do not go there. Do not go there. And that is the place where we made sweeping changes. You need the hood. Outreach is important. No district is unwinnable. Create the liaisons, build coalitions. We will help you. You need the hood.
We also need to exit the system in every place that we possibly can, because there's a large psychological component to this, where once you feel brave enough to exit the system in one place, you start to feel brave enough to stand up to it in other places too, which is why I care about education so much, because that is a huge systemic, it's a thing that, you know, everybody in every school district, every state across the country, we're all a part of this behemoth system. And when you pull your kids from it, when you pull yourself from it, it suddenly becomes a lot less scary to start thinking about exiting the system in other places, which is part of why I care about a lot of different issues, not just education, but that's the one I started with, because I feel like once you start to win there, you start to win elsewhere too.
Amazing. And I think what's so great about this, like you mentioned earlier, is it's not enough just to stand up for something. Education is a place where you can do something about it and vote with your feet. Yeah. And I think that's a wonderful place for us to end today. So I'll just put one last question to the panel. When we think about the ways that we can be brave and not just talk about the issues that matter, not just vote, which we encourage everyone to do, but how can we be brave and change what the situation that we're in today? Any parting words? Yeah.
I would say the key leverage point is patriotism. And patriotism is not nationalism. Patriotism is a willingness to sacrifice for something. And what you will find, liberals have been embarrassed about their patriotism, and it's time that they stopped being embarrassed. But There is a giant coalition out there. It is a coalition that explains my presence as a liberal on this stage with libertarians. And the point is, this is the moment at which we must defend America, we must defend the West, and that is an honorable, patriotic position. And you will find you are a vast majority if you lean into that leverage point.
And with that, we thank you. Please join me in giving a big round of applause. Not everyone here on the stage is what we would call a big L libertarian. We've got a lot of fellow travelers and little L libertarians. Thank you for joining us to talk about patriotism. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Ray-Bans on, that sky's blue. Cannonball into the pool. Drinking, hand gon' act a fool like sha-la-la. Boombox playing that third eye blind. Wife is
You guys
sipping
ready?
that rosé
You
wine.
feeling it? Do you feel the palpable buzz? I love it. Freedom Fest is a magnet, not only for freedom seekers and liberty lovers, but also those who are not afraid to have real conversations about things where there might be gulfs and gaps and chasms, where we might have some disagreement. But it also happens to be a magnet for those who want to be powerful, for those who want the most powerful job in the world, and that is the President of the United States. And we've had Larry Elder, we've had Vivek Ramaswamy was here for several days at Freedom Fest, but the person that everyone has been talking about has stayed out of politics almost all of his life, even though, you know, many would argue, many close to him, that that is his birthright. And although he has not been courting donors necessarily, he has courted controversy, and it has gotten a lot of people talking. So we will let him share his vision, tell his side of the story, and make his case for why he should be the next president of the United States of America. Are you ready for a little Kennedy on Kennedy action? Please welcome Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Who is not here yet because he is sharing his vision with people yonder and near. And soon we will be the near ones. And I'm very, very excited about this. I don't know when he's getting here. Was it something I said? I know. We all want some Kennedy on Kennedy action. I did not say anything about frogs, like transsexual frogs. I said nothing of the sort. I wasn't talking about Miracle Grow or Monsanto. I am not brought to you by Nabisco. I'm just trying to bring a little freedom to your fest. I don't know what you were doing last night on Beale Street. I saw some woman playing a rusty trombone, and it was not an instrument. I know, everyone's going to be like, ew, that's so gross. You love it and you know it. And you're hungry for more of it. All right, so I feel like I blew my introduction. You know, it's like prom night, and it's like, the girl's like, that's it? It's over? Oh, remember prom? I do. And so do several waiters, some pipe fitters, a couple of valets, our high school quarterback, our high school fullback, our high school football defensive coordinator. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mark Skousen.
I think we should do a little song and dance.
God bless America?
Yeah, we could do God bless. Oh. Actually, we do.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God America, my home, sweet home. He's ready. That did it. You primed the pump. You want to hear the good news. You want to hear the bad news. You want to hear all the solutions in between. So now, the real Kennedy on Kennedy action. Without any further ado or prom night inferences, here is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Put your hands together.
Thank you all very much. I'm Robert Kennedy. I'm running for president of the United States. I'm very, very happy to be with all of you today, all of you good libertarians at FreedomFest, and I'm very, very grateful for the honor of being able to address you today. My long affinity with libertarianism began with a conversation that I had with my father when I was 14 years old, and I was asking him about communism, which on its face seemed like a really good system to me because it seemed to make sense that to whom much is given, much is expected, and to everybody according to their ability, to everybody according to their need. And that seemed like a very fair and idealistic and almost utopian system. And he explained to me the difference between democracy and a more militarized society by referring to the Spartans and the Athenians. And he said that democracy was designed and intended to liberate the human spirit and liberate our creative capacities, our creative inclinations, our creative abilities. And he said that's why you don't see very, very few people. The great achievement of the Spartans was war. But very few people today remember the names of the Spartan generals or even the battlefields or their great victories. But all of us know about the plays of Sophocles, the poetry of Aeschylus, the art, the literature, the sculpture, the architecture of ancient Greece. And Greece had achieved something that nobody else had, which was by focusing on perfect freedom for its citizenship, the ability to debate, to talk, to elevate themselves. They had created something that would endure through the ages. And throughout my own, a lot of people have a misunderstanding about freedom. They think of it as an excuse for self-indulgence, for self-interest, for elevating our own condition at the expense of our neighbors or our fellows. And in fact, the opposite is true. And true freedom, and this I think is something that libertarians recognize, and that's why you see kind of so much happiness and optimism among libertarians, is that there's this faith that each of us has inside of ourselves, a yearning to do good things, a yearning to build communities, a yearning to be kind, a yearning to be of service to other people, and that those impulses become stale and polluted and degraded when we're ordered to do those things. And when I was a little kid, I grew up in a community where I knew my neighbors, where when I went to the barber shop or to the local bookstore, there were awards hanging that from the local Boy Scouts because of contributions or the local Little League or the Boys Club. These were places that my brothers and sisters and I could work in the summertime, and there was a connection that we've lost today. As our society has become more globalized, as we become more the servants of international markets, as technology has separated and atomized us, and as government has grown farther and farther distant and farther away from the average American. And the question is now, and that brings up some base instinct, it encourages us, that atomization, that fragmentation, that balkanization is not a good place for, it's not fertile fields, let me put it that way, for those virtues of compassion and kindness. In the community I grew up in, if you improved your fortune, it was likely you were improving the fortune of everybody around you. And there was a constant kind of reciprocal altruism that was going on, of kindness that brought out the best in human nature. And you know, as president, I'm going to try to restore, and I'll tell you a little bit more later, that connection that people have to this sense of community, to a connection to the soil, to the ecology, to local markets and farms, by dismantling some of the subsidy structure that now incentivizes that atomization. And let me talk about that for a second. For 40 years as an environmentalist, and I invite any of you can go back in YouTube and see talks that I've been giving on this issue for many years. And I've always said the same thing when people ask me, what's the most important thing that we can do to protect our environment? I've always said the same thing. It's free market capitalism. And the reason, and this, by the way, is antithetical to some of the core beliefs of mainstream environmental movement. But my pathway to become an environmentalist was a little different. I went to work for a commercial fisherman on the Hudson River in early 1984, and I spent 35 years representing people whose livelihood depended on the waterways. And these were people, you know, we have the oldest commercial fishery in North America on the Hudson. It's 350 years old. Many of the people I represent come from families that have been fishing the river continuously since Dutch colonial times. It's a traditional gear fishery. They use the same fishing methods that were taught by the Algonquin Indians to the original Dutch settlers of New Amsterdam and then passed down through the generations. And it's a self-regulating fishery. The fishermen, the fishing families count the fish every year and count the recruiters. In other words, the fish that are going to provide next year's fishery. And if there are not sufficient numbers coming into the river, they agree by agreement to lift their nets certain days of the week in the entire Hudson. Every fishing family lifts their nets and lets the recruiters by. And they may do that 2 or 3 days if the return of recruiters is very small. But it's done by agreement. And as the result of that, and as the result of our work on the Hudson is an international model for ecosystem protection. This is a river that was abused by big polluters. It caught fire when I started working there. It turned colors, depending on what color they were painting the trucks at the GM plant in Terrytown. It was dead water for 20-mile sections north of New York City, south of Albany, 0 dissolved oxygen. Today, it's the richest waterway in the North Atlantic. It produces more pounds of fish per acre, more biomass per gallon than any other waterway in the Atlantic Ocean north of the equator. It's the last major river system left that still has strong spawning stocks of all of its historical species of migratory fish. And we've cleaned up most of the large pollution sources in the river. But the fishermen are now virtually all out of business. The hundreds of fishing families, the thousands and thousands of fishing families. The Hudson was a social safety net in the Great Depression. When people lost their jobs, they went down to the river to catch blue crabs or shrimp or shad or sturgeon or herring or alewives. And they fed their families, and some of them made a living doing that. 10,000 men fed their families, and made a living during the Great Depression when there were no jobs available. Today, if we had that same calamity, economic calamity, they couldn't go to the Hudson because the fish, although they're abundant, are virtually all of them contaminated with General Electric's PCBs. And in 1973, the Department of Environmental Conservation, the EPA, said those fish are too toxic to eat. The fishermen can no longer catch them, and that was the major financial source of their income. So a lot of them went out of business, but they didn't go out of business because their business model didn't work. The people I represent were capitalists. They believe in they believed in the capitalist system, and they knew that for 350 years their business model was working. The reason it stopped working is because the General Electric company had better lobbyists than they did in Albany. And they were able to get permission, that company was able to get permission from the Department of Environmental Conservation and federal EPA to do something that was completely illegal, which was to dump its waste into the Hudson River. And as a result of that, General Electric was able to maintain, GE, I was part of the original discussions where GE was threatening the governor. We have 60,000 jobs in New York State. And if you don't allow us to dump the PCBs into the river from their capacitator plant, we are going to move over to New Jersey. And we'll do it from that side of the river. And they'll get the jobs, and they'll get the tax revenue, and you're still going to get the PCBs. So New York went along with it. And yet, a decade later, General Electric closed those plants and moved all 60,000 workers out of New York State. And they left the people of the state with a $4.3 billion cleanup bill that nobody can pay. And everybody in the Hudson Valley has General Electric's PCBs in their flesh and their organs. And this fishery that had enriched the palate and the culture and the economy and the history of the Hudson Valley for 3.5 centuries was closed down. And it was closed down because somebody got a subsidy, because General Electric got a subsidy that allowed it to evade the discipline of free market capitalism. And from the beginning, I've said that free markets are good for the true free markets, not what we have in this country, which is corporate crony capitalism. A true free market promotes efficiency, and efficiency means the elimination of waste, and pollution is waste. A true free market would encourage us and force us to properly value our natural resources. And it's the undervaluation of those resources that cause us to use them wastefully. In a true free market, you can't make yourself rich without making your neighbors rich and without enriching your community. But what polluters do is they make themselves rich by making everybody else poor. They raise standards of living for themselves by lowering quality of life for the rest of us. And they do that by escaping the discipline of the free market. You show me a polluter, I'll show you a subsidy. I'll show you a fat cat using political clout to escape the discipline of the free market and force the public to pay their production costs. That's what all pollution is. In a true free market, if you're an actor in a true free market would require every actor in the marketplace to pay the full cost of bringing his product to market. And that includes the cost of cleaning up after yourself, cleaning up your mess, which was a lesson that we were all supposed to have learned in kindergarten. But polluters do something different. They figure out ways to externalize their costs and force the public to shoulder those costs, the way that the public of New York is now shouldering permanently the cost of General Electric's capacitors. And when they can do that, it means they can lower the price of the product and outcompete their law-abiding competitors by cheating the free market. And that activity, that action distorts the entire marketplace. And none of us gets the advantages of the freedom, of the prosperity, of the enrichment that free market capitalism otherwise promises our country. And you know, I grew up in the 60s, and I met Rachel Carson when I was a little boy through my uncle, President Kennedy, and he went to bat for her when Monsanto was trying to destroy her reputation. And I was around in 1970. 1969, the Cuyahoga River burned for a week with flames that were 8 stories high, and they couldn't be put out. The Lake Erie that year was declared dead. 0 dissolved oxygen. No fish life left in the lake. We had a Santa Barbara oil spill that closed all the beaches of Southern California and destroyed the economy, that recreational economy for 6 months. The eastern and Adam peregrine falcon that year went extinct. It's the most beautiful predatory bird in North America. And it went extinct from DDT poisoning. And all of those insults drove 20 million Americans out onto the streets. In 1970, the largest public demonstration in American history, demanding that our political leadership return to the American people the ancient environmental rights that had been stolen from our citizens over the previous 80 years through basically corporate corruption, where corporations were now allowed to violate the free market, to violate the law by cheating, by getting these hidden subsidies for themselves through pollution that allowed them to outcompete their competitors and rewarded the lowest forms of corporate behavior. And the political system responded. Congress, over the next 11 years, passed 28 environmental laws: the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, and a number of others. And all of those laws were intended ultimately to restore true free market capitalism by forcing actors in the marketplace to pay the true costs of bringing their product to market. And each one of those laws, we wrote into those laws provision called a citizen supervision, because we knew the government agencies were going to get captured and they wouldn't enforce the law. So we put a provision in each of those laws that allows individual citizens whose livelihoods, whose property is damaged by pollution, to step into the shoes of the United States Attorney and prosecute the polluter on their own as if they were the U.S. Attorney for injunctive relief and for penalties. And that's what I brought, hundreds and hundreds of those lawsuits against people who were cheating the free market, contaminating our environment, poisoning our children, etc. And I told people during all that period, don't call me an environmentalist, call me a free marketeer. I'm going out into the marketplace and I'm catching the cheaters. And I'm saying to them, I'm going to force you to internalize your costs the same way that you internalize your profits. Because as long as you are cheating the marketplace, none of us gets the advantages of the efficiency, the democracy, the prosperity that free market capitalism otherwise promised our country. And I want to talk, I don't see a clock here, so I have no idea how much time I have. I want to talk a little bit about the response to COVID, and how that system was used to rob us of our civil rights. We live in this period right now. The ambition of every totalitarian system in the history of mankind has been to control every aspect of human behavior. Our transactions, our movements, our relationships with other people, our reading material, our communications, etc. But none of them has ever been able to do it because the technology simply didn't exist. You could keep secrets back then. Today, we're faced with this retinue of these intrusive new surveillance technologies, like AI, which is frightening in its capacity to control human behavior, like facial recognition systems, which are now ubiquitous in this country almost as much as they are in China, with GPS systems on your watches and your cell phone and your automobile that are following you every moment of the day. With now, I believe they're now permitted 415,000 low-altitude satellites that are going to be able to surveil literally every inch of the globe 24 hours a day. With cell phones and other devices in your home that are listening to your conversations all day long. And, you know, you have these individuals, including Bill Gates, who are building these giant data centers that are going to allow them to monetize your personal conversations and then market them and sell them, you know, sell your information to people around the globe. It's a new gold rush, a new oil rush. The information is now the most valuable asset on the globe, and they can now harvest it and sell it. And those surveillance technologies are also potentially instruments of frightening instruments of control. And what I've been making the point is that given we're creating this system of turnkey totalitarianism, where if the wrong person steps into the White House and wants to take advantage of those policies, and they now have the intelligence agencies who have demonstrated their willingness to work along on those projects, the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, et cetera, that they will have a system in place in which they can impose total control on the American people. And if they do it in this country, the rest of the world is lost because we're the exemplary democracy of the world. And that our response to that should be to be pouring concrete on our constitutional rights, on our Bill of Rights. And 10 minutes, and raising the barrier against these kind of intrusions. But what was our response? I mean, first of all, we know it was not a good response for public health. You know, the Wall Street Journal did an article this week that said the silencing of dissenters like me, and I was the first person that the Biden administration ordered censored. And we now know, and this is in Judge Doty's decision that he released this week, or on July 4th, and on January 21st, the Biden administration came into office. On January 23rd, they ordered Twitter and Facebook to censor me. And 3 weeks later, I was removed with 800,000 followers. But we saw that, and it didn't do any good. It didn't help public health. What the Wall Street Journal articles did, Wall Street Journal said that censoring of the doctors, the scientists, the people who were criticizing some of these policies actually took lives. And the number of lives, we don't know, we'll never know. But we do know this, that whatever we were doing in this country was not good policy. We have 4.2% of the global population. How come we had 16% of the COVID deaths? That was whatever they were doing was catastrophic. There were countries, you know, that we were told, the African countries and poor countries like Haiti were going to be devastated by COVID. Well, guess what? Haiti had a death rate of 15 people per million population from COVID. Nigeria had a death rate of 14 million. That's 1/200th of our death rate of 3,000 per million. So whatever they were doing, and I have a good idea about why that went wrong, but whatever they were doing was wrong. And it's not just because those were younger populations. Japan has the oldest population in the world, and it had 1/10 the death rate that we did. It didn't follow our protocols. So, but the response was not, we saw this all from the beginning, and all of us were troubled by this. It was not a public health response. It was a militarized and monetized response to a public health crisis. And they started with censorship. And they, censored me and everyone, not just the Biden administration, but the Trump administration. And they were saying, well, we're going to censor these people, but Hamilton, Madison, Adams said we put freedom of expression in the First Amendment because all the other amendments and all the other rights are dependent on it. If you have a government that can silence its critics, that government has the license for any kind of atrocity. And immediately, as soon as they realized that the American people were going to put up with this censorship, they started going after other constitutional rights. They closed the churches as the other leg of the First Amendment, freedom of worship. They closed every church in this country for a year with no scientific citation, with no public hearings, no democratic process, no notice and comment rulemaking, no environmental impact statement, none of the studies, not telling us any reason why, just we're going to close them. Then they went after the third leg of the First Amendment, which is freedom of assembly. They told us all don't go near each other. Then they went after property rights. The Fifth Amendment says you can't. They closed 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation. And by the way, the social media companies were cooperating with this censorship. Amazon censored my book criticizing the lockdowns. And my book, not the Fauci book, but they censored the Fauci book too, but another book that I did with Joe Mercola, they took it off their shelves. And meanwhile, Jeff Bezos was allowed to close down all of his competitors and train the entire American public that to buy things from Amazon. So, it was a $4 trillion shift in wealth from the poor and the middle class in this country to the super rich. We created a billionaire a day during the lockdown, 500 new billionaires. The people who came in, this Oxfam study, the people who came into the lockdown with $1 billion increased their wealth on average by 30%. And they went after jury trials. So they told they said, if you're involved in a countermeasure, if you're a vaccine company or remdesivir or any of these other countermeasures or a hospital, nobody can sue you no matter how reckless you are, no matter how negligent your conduct, no matter how toxic the products that you're forcing on people, no matter what you do, you cannot be sued. Here's what the Seventh Amendment says. No American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of his peers in case there are controversies exceeding $25 in value. There's no pandemic exception. And the framers knew all about pandemics. There were two epidemics during the Revolution, one that decimated the armies of Virginia, malaria epidemic, and another one that froze in place for months, a smallpox epidemic, the Army of New England. In fact, when we took the city of Montreal, Benedict Arnold's troops went in there and we won that battle and took the city. They had to withdraw because they didn't have the manpower due to the smallpox epidemic. Otherwise, Canada today would be part of the United States. And the framers all knew that. So they were, and then between the end of the war and the ratification of the Bill of Rights, there were epidemics in every city. There was smallpox, cholera, yellow fever epidemics that killed tens of thousands of people, including many of the family members of people who signed the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. The constitutional framers, almost all of them lost people to these epidemics. So they knew all about it, but they did not put an epidemic exception in the Constitution. They wrote that document for hard times, not for easy times. And during the Civil War, when the Confederacy was sending spies and agent provocateurs up to infiltrate the northern cities and to incite draft riots, which was absolutely demoralizing the northern cause, the Union cause, Lincoln and his advisors knew who these people were, and they were trying to get them off the street before they could do anything. But that violated habeas corpus because they had not yet broken a law. They knew what they were going to do, and they started arresting them. And Judge Daney, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, said you can't do it, even if the life of the nation is at stake, even though 659,000 Americans died in that war. That's like 7.2 million today, much worse than COVID. And he said, it doesn't matter. You can't do it. It's the Constitution. It's more important than anything. And then we went after the Fourth Amendment, all of these prohibitions on wireless searches and seizures, or warrantless searches and seizures. We obliterated that through all the track and trace surveillance and all the other new instrumentalities of surveillance that we've put in place. So I'm being given a signal to shut up. Well, let me just say this. When I went to Germany, to Berlin, in August of 2020, at the right when the pandemic was kind of at its height, and I spoke to a crowd that is estimated 1.3 million people. They were people from all over Europe who were disturbed by what was happening, and NBC, and none of them were wearing masks. And an NBC crew that was fully masked came up to me during that, just before I went on stage, and they said to me, aren't you scared of COVID? And I said, there's things that I'm a lot more frightened of. And they said, like what? And I said, I'm frightened that my children are going to grow up in America where they don't have the constitutional rights that I did. And I would remind you all of something every person in this room already knows. There's a lot worse things than dying, and living like a slave is one of those. Thank you very, very much.
Let's hear it for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., everyone. Wasn't that amazing? We are so glad that he was able to join us for this culminating event. We're so grateful that you all joined us. And I'm Valerie Durham, Executive Director of FreedomFest. I'm joined here with Haley Aragona, now rock star of FreedomFest, and Attendee Relations Manager. We just came out because we wanted to wrap up this session to thank our sponsors, Ironlight, that has been an amazing sponsor for us this year and partner. Our day sponsors, we had Free to Choose Network, we had Reason and EdChoice sponsoring our days this year, and our fabulous diamond sponsors, Fire and Young Americans for Liberty, Noble Whiskey, our energy sponsors, Gulf Coast Western, Panex, King Operating, and Vertical Petroleum. And there's a prize coming up from Panex that Haley will tell us about. Also, longtime exhibitors, Treasure Investments, and ZT Genesis, who we really, really appreciate always coming back here. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Wasn't the exhibit hall awesome? They did such a great job. And Haley actually is going to announce our best booth of the year. So Haley, take it away.
That's right. So we had some wonderful booths over there in our exhibit hall, and we want to recognize two standouts. One is our runner-up, and they are the Epoch Times. So give it up for Epoch Times for their fabulous booth. And then the winner of a free booth for next year's event in 2024 for their wonderful pun, their donor intent. We want to give that award to the Donors Trust. So give it up for Donors Trust.
Their second winner, second time winning.
That's true. They're on a roll. So we're going to give them a silver sponsorship, so we'll get in touch with them about that. And we also had a contest for our attendees and speakers and anyone else who was walking through the halls. We wanted you to take a photo with our fabulous backdrop with all those cute props. Take a selfie and post it with our hashtag this year, FFest23.
And we'd like to recognize a runner-up. You may have heard of her, Carrie McDonald. She is our runner-up.
Carrie McDonald.
And we're going to give her, courtesy of Millionaire Gallery, the $1 Million Quartet print. It's waiting for her over at the registration desk. So if anyone sees Carrie out there, let her know there's a prize waiting for her. And finally, our winner of the selfie contest, winner of 2 tickets to Freedom Fest 2024, is Eiley Boxley. So, Eiley Boxley, if you see her, if she's out there, let her know to go to the registration desk and get her 2 free tickets to Freedom Fest 2024. And finally, we have a special $1,000 gift card for gas, courtesy of Panex. And that's going to James Goodman. So congratulations, James Goodman. You got $1,000 of free gas. Woo!
Go to the Panex booth, which is right through the exhibit hall right there, to pick up your $1,000 gas card. I do need to take a minute to thank our amazing volunteers. The Libertarian Party of Tennessee stepped up in such an incredible way. And can you guys point out where you are? Oh, they're all in the back corner. If you all could give a huge round of applause. They really helped the conference run smoothly. Libertarians contributing, doing work, doing amazing work. Thank you so much, and a special shout out to Zach and Alex for the amazing coordinating work that you did. Thank you so much, and Melissa and Karen Ann, like everyone.
All of our volunteers. They weren't just from the Libertarian Party of Tennessee. All of our volunteers were amazing this week.
We did have some independent volunteers. Thank you. Everybody really helped us out. And now, stay where you are. We have 3 important things coming up because we need to thank our vendors, our staff, they did a great job, all of you for coming out to Memphis, Tennessee. And Mark Skousen wants to come out and talk about silver coins and next year's conference. So please welcome Mark Skousen back out on the stage. Thank you so much, everybody.
Acapella.
Go for it.
It takes 2 to make a thing go right.
Yeah, I have a very important announcement.
Okay, so Kennedy can help us out.
I've got $75,000 in my jumpsuit. Anyone who finds it, yours. Just kidding. See, that's not real, but I'm glad you like that. Perv. Okay, David DeLugas.
David DeLugas.
You left your wallet, which now has about $44 less in cash than it did 15 minutes ago. You left it at security, along with your hotel room key card and a card from Emily Jones.
Oh my.
Founder and CEO of
Home Tribe.
HotTamales.com. And then it looks like a black line drawing of a woman's breasts. So, David, I've got your wallet, which means I pretty much got anything you've got right now.
Got it all.
Yeah, I'm going to steal your identity. I figured out how with some of these hackers here. This is great. David, are you still here? Is that you? Oh, that's so exciting.
Here he
I was
is.
really kidding about stealing your money and your identity. That was just a fun joke.
He's just here for that business card.
Okay, I don't know how to hold on.
Come around.
Come over here. We're going to take a trip down memory lane.
So
also known
if
as
you
the
have
Share.
purchased a silver dollar and want to come up on stage and have your picture taken with Mark and Lisa and everyone, start to gather around here and we can start to take care of that.
Well done. That's a smart thing to do.
Do we have a
I'm glad you're reunited.
plate? Someone to take.
David got his money, his credit card, his dignity, all of it is back. I'm sorry, I stand corrected. The dignity is no longer there. It's been a shady weekend, a lot of fun in Memphis. Unfortunately, what happens in Memphis does not stay in Memphis, as his urologist is about to find out.
And here he
Hey,
is.
want my microphone?
Keeping it busy. There you go.
Hey, before you all leave, if any of you have a silver dollar, you bought a silver dollar, come up on stage and we will have a picture taken with Kennedy and Valerie and others. If anybody's interested, come on up and we will have a, oh, look at this. Everybody's got coins. And Kennedy now has a coin.
Right now. I love it so much.
Yes, fantastic.
I love the silver dollar because it symbolizes freedom. It is the embodiment.
Come on in here. Let's line up right over here.
We're lining up.
Perfect. So
great. Yep. There we go.
Kennedy and I are going to be here in the middle. Yep. And if all can surround us.
While you're surrounding us, I just want to remind you, while everyone's getting seated, thanks to EdChoice for bringing us Education Day. And their education revolution continues, so you can check your agenda for that. Thank you to Iron Light, Treasure Investments, Zecha, Genesis, FIRE, Young Americans for Liberty, Republican Liberty Caucus, and our energy sponsors Gulf Coast Western, King Operating Panex, and Vertical Petroleum. Make sure you visit the exhibit hall one last time. It closes at 2. So go in there. They've got a lot of goodies, and they're going to give them away. So make sure you're one of those people. The luncheon kiosk will be open in the exhibit hall until 2 as well. So go gorge.
Keep coming.
Shop and peruse. We've got all these silver dollars. And visit the registration desk. Make sure you sign up for Freedom Fest 2024. We're going to be back in Las Vegas, baby. That means sequins and strippers in no particular order. That's going to be July 10th through 13th. Well, we will explore, are we entering a brave new world? Wait, hold on. I have to make sure my cell phone's still back there.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi. Oh, my God. You guys are amazing. We will see you back for breakout sessions on Main Stage 2 in Ballroom A. Plus, the Anthem Theater has pushed the start time of some of the afternoon films. They are phenomenal. Joanne Skousen said it's some of the best they've ever had. So please stop by, see the movies, be in the movies, be well.
Now,
wait, I got to sneak in here again. Sorry, Lady Bird.
Come on up here.
I love you so much it hurts. It hurts my feelings. I really love you. Okay, here we go.
Now, of course, I have a gold coin. Yes, a gold coin. That's right. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to count to 3, and we're going to say AEIOU, which is how I sign off all my emails. Yes, AEIOU. Who knows what it means? And then after I say AEIOU, we'll have the picture taken, and then we throw our coin in the air. And if you don't catch it, it's a free-for-all. Okay? Okay. All right. So 1, 2, 3, AEIOU. Woo! All right. Now, ready? Now, have your cameras rolling on this. Okay? Rolling on this. I got to find where's my silver dollar? What happened to it? No, I'm not throwing.
I will trade you silver for gold.
Yeah,
I don't even mind.
Bet you will. Okay, I found one. I found one silver dollar. Okay, so on the count of 3, we throw it high in the air. Ready, set, go. Woo! Nobody. Wow, this is very impressive. All right, so keep this on you. If you keep this on you, you will be a better investor. That's right.
Thank you to everyone. Thanks to everyone on stage. Lovely seeing all of you. Thanks for everyone who got the silver dollar. Thanks to all of our Freedom Fest participants. Thanks to RFK Jr. That was a rousing speech. You may have been in the presence of a president.
It's possible.
Yes.
It happened with Donald Trump.
It absolutely did. Could happen here right now. You never know.
Let's
grab the bull by the horns.
Take that to Governor DeSantis, who chose not to come to Freedom Fest. So there.
A Russian man claiming to hold top-level secrets about Russian advanced bombers has just turned up at the U.S. southern border, seeking asylum. The man claims to have been an engineer at a production facility over in the city of Kazan, and he says that he possesses top-secret information about the White Swan Tu-160, which is the most advanced bomber in the Russian arsenal. U.S. border officials, they interviewed the man, and they determined that his story was in fact credible and eventually passed him off to the FBI, who are still in the process of interrogating him right now. However, analysts have pointed out that the fact that the story was even leaked to the public is an indication that perhaps the American government is encouraging other Russians who also hold top-level secrets to also escape to America. And if you thought that was interesting, well then you should click on that button below this video and check out Epic TV, one of the best no-censorship video platforms on the internet. On there, you will find awesome programs like American Thought Leaders.
We've now been, for 2 years, trying to obtain the unredacted emails. We're down to the last 50 pages. So that's where all the incriminating evidence is.
Crossroads, one of the big things happening right now is what's taking place with Russia and China.
Counterpunch.
You will see information you've never seen anywhere else.
Facts Matter. I'm your host, Roman from the Epoch Times. Stay informed. Most important, stay free. As well as a plethora of great documentaries, wholesome movies that you can enjoy with your whole family.
If I reach one harm, I accomplish something.
Cooking programs, and my absolute favorite, programs about traditional art and traditional music, which can honestly uplift your mood and fill you with hope for the future. And the best thing about Epic TV, at least in my opinion, is that there's no corporate backing and there's no allegiance to some anti-American agenda.
How dare you come to this peaceful community and try to scam these people? What the hell are you talking about?
But rather, it's just good, honest, wholesome content that's based in truth and tradition.
I saw him. It was incredible.
Something that you can actually sit down with your whole family and enjoy, knowing that some ideology is not about to be pushed upon you.
And who's fighting it? We're fighting it here at Epoch Times, and we need to keep bringing you the news.
And so again, if you'd like to check out Epic TV, just click on that button below this video. You and your family will absolutely love it.